a little bit later in the day because my sleep schedule is absolutely ridiculous right now. But I'm actually just gonna like dive right into it because I really want to see more of the story. Kind of disappointed at the weekend being there, almost, but I ended up playing some games with some friends, so worth it. I went ahead and unlocked Samurai on this character, and made a gear set for it on my main and transferred it over. So, I also have that available whenever I needed DPS. It's going over the rotation and stuff. Sorry, I'm just trying to get some stuff going here. There we go. Oh, Canadian, it's you, whatever, okay. As I was just telling your restive receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stone is officially yours. Sick, we don't have to go back to the Waking Center. Splendid. From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it was welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Stands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Most of the men and women you see around here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go as they wish. I dare say that should make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it doesn't hurt that Canadian here has already made something of a name for himself here. Isn't that so, Canadian? Sure. Well, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured, this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Canadian, I do believe it's time you officially announced your presence to everyone inside. The antecedent and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. Oh, I'm stuffy today. I can feel it, hear it in my voice. Oh my goodness, that is quite the recruitment message. Impressive. Alright, into the Rising Stones. I wonder how many people they actually get as like people that just message them, yo, I want to join. I don't imagine it's many. Although I feel like a lot of people, when they start playing games like this, like they have friends. Like everyone's got that guy in the friend group that's like the MMO player. So even if like you don't have a whole group going in, you've at least got someone who's got like an in with a specific guild when you start playing. That's how I feel though. I imagine there is quite a few solos who are just jumping in and looking for a guild or looking for a friend group. But well, it certainly is spacious. Oh, we got Louis Suave's staff. Today marks a new beginning for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, for today we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorzea's people, proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Thank God, I hate politics. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the scions of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. For Eorzea! Hey. A moment of your time, Canadian. Speak of Elidibus. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldessian hath been met with silence. No one will respond. How odd. Allow me to try. Uh-oh. No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, no, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. For those who lack the gift and the knowledge both, contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldessian, they must know. Though the thought of it pains me, until such a time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek the source of information on Elidibus. It's possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally. What you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Ascian, perhaps? Or other, or Puce? Ocker or Puce? And what of our allies, then, fallen silent? For a time I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the Crystal of Darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we'd found a way to rid ourselves of the Ascian men. I was wrong. He endures, and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke truth. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. Inform me now. I'll be back. Instantaneously. Krill, where are you? Umbrialis, your intercession was not foretold. You object. We question. Our plans are in motion. Our intentions unclear. They survived the seventh ardor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. Wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from us, and at long last they see. Truly, there is no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear their storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifests were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. You know, see, here's the thing. I feel like, and maybe this is just me, they should have, like, harsher restrictions on crystals. Maybe Amagina and Sons, who's been, like, robbed 6 times at this point in the fucking story, should be investigated, because at this point it just seems like they're a front for the fucking Asians trying to get crystals to the goddamn beast tribes, because they lose them at a frequency which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Oh. Like, I think it's been like 3 times now they've been the cause of an outbreak of frickin' primal energy in... Like, that's just within the time my character's blinked into existence. Like, I don't know, I feel like any missing quantity of crystals should be seen as a very big issue. But hey, that's just me. The brass blades charged with investigating the thieves believe that someone within the concern is selling crystals for profit. Alas, they have, as of yet, been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been of mere monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest, but in service to a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Shistola. When you arrive, she and Thancred will already have begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the 3 of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. It's been a while since they've asked me to do, like, a dungeon for the story. I mean, we did the Crystal Tower stuff. I mean, that took a while. That was, like, 3 24-mins, but it's been a while since it was actually, like, yo, go do this dungeon because it's important. Ah, Canadian, your assistance is most welcome. I've already spoken at length with the brass blades of the Rose, albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might better be spent in conversation with Fufalupa. He's the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If aught eluded my attention, mayhap it will not elude yours. You know, this isn't actually that important. And if I could put, like... Isn't... General? Yeah. There's... Minion roulette. Mount roulette. But I don't want mount roulette, I want flying mount roulette. Does it matter? Is there even a difference anymore? Or can all mounts fly so it doesn't matter? We'll see. Canadian, what a pleasure to see you again. Well, said you were coming. Terrible business, these thefts. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, but I dare say it may be greater than But never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Elegant Sunway. The cart bolted off towards Eastern Thanolin, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. Speeding carriage, that would seem a curious choice for thieves as such proven cunning. Yet the Amalja do have a foothold in Eastern Thanolin. And what of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I failed to see what else it could. Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news. Or on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Tancred, where have you been off to? I figured you had everything under control here, so I took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Amalja friends. And you wouldn't believe it, I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do a small part to help my friends in the brass blades intercept it. In all my years, I've never seen such a prodigious quantity of somnus. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. I think that's a drug in this universe. That's so. Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Canadian. Tancred! Against all expectation, it would seem the Amalja are innocent of this particular spat of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the still of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon a. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals, and in such quantities. It cannot be that we're dealing with simple thieves. If their motives were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we're missing something. While you think about what it might be, I shall inform Urianger of our progress, or lack thereof. Okay.
Now then.
A voiced cutscene, by the gods! Oh, I love this.
'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Oh, I'm all warm downstairs. I don't have to voice a cutscene.
I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Always so serious, Urianger.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
You're talking about Doma already? Jeez. Okay. Ugh. 1 second, sneeze. My goodness. Whew. Any bright ideas? A solitary flash of insight? No? Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fupalupa's brain again. Who knows, if we work together, we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. Oh, why am I sneezing? Am I allergic to something? Christ. Never been allergic to anything in my life. Ah, but it's good to see you return. I have given some thought to the matter. And I've just hit upon a most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fufalupa. What is this disturbing possibility you speak of? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me. What if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them, a traitor in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears prove well-founded, Fufalupa. Indeed, if for reasons of security the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would have been discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. Ah, but such a shipment would surely be well guarded. Would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation? Mayhap not, but neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret to entrust the goods to, let us say, a lone Makote miner traveling without escort so as not to attract undue attention. But who? Ah, I see, yes, the concern may well elect to do that. But to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerley? A fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Canadian? You lie in wait in the north, I shall do the same in the south. Ahem, forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. I think stabbing people is usually pretty encouraging. Oh, I'm so sniffly today. Kind of annoying. Oh my goodness, okay. Let's see just how much more damage. Governed to the last as expected. You are unharmed. Gang of Seawolf thieves, and in battle no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Seawolves, all of them. Aye, all with the same taste in facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. Leviathan? If you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make. Horizon, then. Fufalupa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. Ready. Then, I say we go. Yeah, like, how much on a... Like, I can hit for, like, 500. How much did I hit for? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a lot more damage. Thing is, tank is like nice for the story because like the only other option from tank for fast Qs would be healer, and I absolutely suck at healing. I can't keep it in my mind. I don't know. I guess healing just doesn't work in my brain. So tanking is like nice, fast enough Qs, not quite as fast as healer, but whatever. But if you play a DPS, then your life is suffering, and you want to like a tank or a healer buddy, but I don't have anyone else running through the story, so. On behalf of the Brass Blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. But we have not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. If that's so, then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. No, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Regrettably, he managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him, and make good his escape. Oh, for the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling that somnus we complicated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea-wolf, Laminzen born and raised, I believe. But do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that. Crazy. I see. Pray keep me appraised of any developments. My nose is just evacuating. I don't feel sick, though. Like, this must be what people with fucking allergies feel like. Yes, he's standing right next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? I like to call attention to the fact that my character doesn't really speak. Like, he does. I mean, he doesn't have a voice or say anything, but... The antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphinaud awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphinaud has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down the traitorous Brass Blade, and when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. Alrighty, well, let's move on to Alphinaud. Oh, Jesus. That was not the get off. No, get off the... I want... Off the mount. There we go. You're late, no matter. I know where our victors are headed. Our visitors are headed. From what you have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You're familiar with Domi, yes? And Othard? Well, like the rest of the nations of the Eastern Continent, it is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I shall be very interested to hear their tale. More importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. We would be fools not to pursue this opportunity, do you not think? Come with me to Ul'dah, Canadian, unless I'm mistaken. And I am rarely mistaken, we will find the Domans bickering with the Sultan sworn on the Royal Promenade. You're uncertain of your role in this proceeding? Insurance, if our guests are not themselves Imperial agents. It seems fair to assume that they may be pursued by some, and if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good. Then I shall see us to Ul'dah. Okay. We'll go here, teleport to the Royal Promenade. My character would actually be the worst during like a diplomatic incident because they don't talk. All of that shit is all talking. My character would be absolutely useless. Matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small. Away with you. And darken these doors no longer. Not ask again. You know not what you... That's you, Geary, isn't it? Together your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart, I know his kind well. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. Alphino Levalier, at your service. A friend. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique in this part of the world. At least, few indeed are your allies in Ul'dah. Yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourself to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the Quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. You know, I get them not wanting to move my character too much or whatever. But, like, if I could have just been, you know, warped to the Quicksand after that cutscene, that would have been pretty sick. I mean, it's not that much work, but, like, it's in the same city.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea
I was right.
from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Uldar unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Alright. If I may, sir, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for several moons and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat my tale to of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. It shames me to beg you for more when you've already offered so much. Desperation compels me. Gentle sir, if you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Well, why didn't you say so sooner, Canadian? Of course he'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day to tell the truth. A Welsh merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow, see, but just sent word they can't come, even though I've got a boatload of foodstuffs. And no one to feed. Best of all, they paid me for the lot in advance. Go on and call for Deer and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the little prince's order to the Waken Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them those letters. Could have them set straight. Alright. Well, let's go have them set straight then. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man that can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Yeah, fuck off with that shit. I hear enough of that shit in the real world. Why, that's rather odd. Perhaps you misunderstood her question. No, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. Yeah. People who value capitalism are always like that. It's unfortunate, but they don't want to help anybody who can't work for it, even people who literally can't work for it. Kind of disgusting if you ask me, but hey, it is what it is. Didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Yugiri it's all in hand. I dare not hope for such magnanimity. That word is troubling for me. Magnanimity. Much less expect it. Mistress Momody is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. Voice cutscene? No, I think if my character speaks, it doesn't. Yeah. Lady Yugiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We've been granted an audience. For the Sultana and the Syndicate both. We should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done much for us, Master Alphino. I swear we shall return the favor. Naught is owed, Lady Yugiri, for naught has been given. The small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. And I shall choose them with care. You shall be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalatable would be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us on the Royal Promenade. Oh, can we just kill the Syndicate already? Now, they may be powerful. Well, their guards might be. But I am wont to believe that it'd be rather easy to drag them out of their houses and slaughter them. Just give all the power back to the Sultana. Might be seen as, a little brutal, but hey, it'll get the job done. A pleasure, Sergeant Bearlad. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Domar, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I
Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Domar, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the Purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, That you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure I like those monitors very much. I don't think you're supposed to, though. Alright. I need just one moment to decide what it is I'm going to eat. I think it's going to be chicken Caesar wrap. With some onions. I think that's all I want to add to it. It comes with Parmesan. Yeah, so I need to add feta cheese. Hell yeah. Give me some dressing. Unless it already comes with that. Yeah, but we'll add extra. Come on. All right. As you observed, Lodorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft have I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. Bah, I will waste no more words on him. Not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone follow me to the Hall of the Flame. Alright. Off to see how this turns out. I don't remember literally anything whatsoever. I didn't think Yugiri made, like, an appearance until much later. Where you at, Raubon? Over here. Somehow I didn't see that. Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The monitors will have made their position clear. Agreed, Ul'dah is not an option. Nor Limsaminza or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs, which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Gods, thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope of better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. Oh yeah. That is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week, mayhap? Or even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed. Lady Yuri, I have a proposal, if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alphino. Headquarters of my order, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Toll, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of a more well-established settlement. However, the leaders of Revenant Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, we have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labor, lest you doubt, with naught save food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself proposed, Lady Yugi. Though I will not hear a word said against our beloved Oda, Revenant's Toll would offer more advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphino, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you, and before that there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll, which would be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Uldan Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. For me they are non-Canadian. Lady Akiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. The Adventurers Guild. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. That in mind, Mistress Momedy has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time they are ready to set off for Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. Thanks, Momedy. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the Immortal Flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed, but the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans of the Domans on the Domans' behalf. Very well, we should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ulda, Lady Yugiri. You and Revenant's Toll, my lord. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do. Lady Yugiri, let's put our heads together and settle on the details of an arrangement, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you, after you've rested on your own weary legs. What say you? Alphanon is in line to send you to Vesper Bay. As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vesper Bay, wherefrom they will be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Adi and I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process, though tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done to do it. Speak with the man named Hozan when you arrive, as Lady Yugiri tells it he has been designated the leader of the first group. Do I have Vesper Bay tickets still? That would be pretty sick. Ooh, actually. Greetings. Alvino informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I'm honored to meet you, though shamed as well. Great warrior should not be tasked with such tribute. Thanks for your appreciation, Hose. At least you understand that I probably should be doing it. I knew from a glance what manner of man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but would I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son, Yozan. He can tell you more. Hozan and Yozan. Oh, hello there. I'm Yozan, son of Hozan. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we're traveling by horse-bird-drawn carriage. But do you think they're queer, giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We're just finishing a game of hide-and-seek. 3 players are still hiding, and since Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so... bet you can find them in no time. You know, I remember this specifically because I was annoyed with it at the time I was doing it. My guess is inside one of the buildings or behind. Gotta be inside. But here though. Well, they probably wouldn't be far, I imagine. Jigs up, kid. Hey, you're not Yozan. Who are you? Koharu. Okay. Found you. Wonderful, all the children are accounted. Hide and seek. Ah, I see that you're curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Yugiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. Long last, Hosen and his group are ready to leave Vesper Bay. First caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. Not included. My stubborn old father, Homel, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you met. Though I understand the road to Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman. You're gonna be off, are ya? Aye, well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Runner from the Blade says we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge of Hammerley. Might be someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course, but it didn't pay to gamble with this business. Now, I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here is another story, so I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a quick look around. Make sure the area is safe, like, and if you come across anything dangerous, let me know. You're satisfied the way clear, meet us outside Horizon. The Blades tell me the road there's safe, so I reckon we can make it as far as there on our own, assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. You know, I bet I can just go over this. Food is also different. Maybe I can't. Murder, whatever this is. Alright, well that thing is murdered. Alright, before I do this, I will be right back. The chicken Caesar wrap was a good choice. So there was a beastie. Was being the operative word, eh? Well fought, sir. Well fought. Ah, if only I were in better house. Could have been proud to stand at your side. Pray my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yugiri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they full well knew it wasn't. She had every right to walk away, and she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such an act? Such a debt? In kind, Father, to she who has given everything we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do it without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's Toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Hey, Mr. Canadian, I want to know why you became an adventurer. But within the wild rose blooms. You like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but they don't grow in a lot of places. Excuse me, man, I've got a question. What's Revenant Toll like? Is it pretty? Oh, I can't wait. What do I have to do? This one's pretty true. I mean, I'm kind of cheating. That's why it feels bad to, like, be like, oh yeah, you can be just as powerful as me. You just have to get the crystal's blessing and be super lucky. But if you train every day, you'll get pretty strong. Help me, don't leave anything out. Alright, that's enough questions. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Of course, I mean, would do it. I'm gonna be an adventurer too. Sweet. Protect our friends and punish the wicked. Just like Mr. Canadian and Lady Yugiri. Hell yeah. Speak with Alfino at the quicksand. This is probably the one that... No, I'm gonna go... Well, inconvenient. B. Man, I really gotta think through my bites more. Alright. Ah, Canadian. I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No. I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yagiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. Alphino would have you and Yagiri depart for Revenant's Toll without delay. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thadalin which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as the escort to the Doman delegation during his journey. Speak first with Slaffborn upon your arrival. He's the one with whom Domas will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yagiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels. The chance this is voiced, eh? This must be the esteemed Lady Yagiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting, for though we may seem, we have wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they're willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slaffborn, and rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We're both frontier hands as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slaffborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Hell yes, Slaffborn. Oh my god. You know what I just noticed? Slaffborn kind of looks like Ricky from fucking Trailer Park Boys. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent 7 hells, Canadian. Why are you wasting your time with me? See them to the Rising Stones. Oh, am I wasting my time? Yeah, I'm dumb. Oops. They're like, yeah, go talk to the antecedent. Oh well. My brain knows where that is. To whom much is given, much is expected. Give me. I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones ere long. Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldician continue to meet with failure. Ariandre has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the Domans? I am given to understand you are kept quite busy at Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved. Do not blame you if you do. No, not really. I don't really question it. I mean, in the context of the game, these are human beings that we're saving, and doing the primal, taking care of the primal threat is the same reason. Nor would I deny this matter falls outside our normal purview, but that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of those refugees, not when it is within our power to help them. Lady Yaguri is here. Please show her in. Very much like to meet. Yes. And in a circle and nod at each other. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady. Are you quite sure? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll cannot accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure and the last we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slaffborn. Lady Yagiri, Canadian. I never took Slaffborn as being as important as he is. The minute I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival, though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of our missing crystals. Shola should be returning anon with a report from a field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Oh, thank God, a voice cutscene.
Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet. Which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a Efreet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what? Pray tell.
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity. Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless one. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
A primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a Primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
And Philia wishes to share some final words on the coming mission. Prepare to depart for. Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experiences, you may very well think that will be inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we need to bend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the interceding time, and will doubtless have valuable information. Information to share. Holy dying. Oh, I love teleporting to Limsa. Getting like 20 frames is my favorite. Ooh. I don't know how to talk in a cross-world link shell anymore. It's been so long. Are expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Sure. How do I... All right. How do I even... How do you even look at crossword? Social? Crossword link shell? There we go. Alright. Nice to see you again, Marrowwib. Welcome, friends. I take it Ashtola has appraised you of the situation. Let us waste no time, then. According to our best intelligence, the Hagen had not crystals enough to summon their god. I also do not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Wow, I wish I could read words. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, God forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Menphilia, I'm given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes. Is that so? Well, I'm not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Canadian Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there henceforth. You might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falk Breda has charge of the garrison. Oh my goodness. Dying. Griffin. Oh, I went too far. I literally think I've only ever been in this twice. When I did the story once, and then another time for right now. I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. For some reason, I doubt that, considering I remember distinctly fighting Leviathan, but yeah, we'll give it a shot. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds, though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask you to recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however, we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Okay, cool. I love just being able to fly over stuff. It's pretty awesome, actually, because I feel like this is way faster. Like, way faster than it used to be. All times. Okay. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers, lightly armed as we are. We didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg of you. Alright, well, we're just gonna go over, because going through the tunnels is just ass. Alright. Murdered to death. You know, I feel like since I do more damage on my samurai, I could probably just do that. And like... Because I'm barely getting any experience. I could switch out for dungeons at this point. Oh wow, look at that. Okay. So the Reavers work with the Sahagins then, I guess. No idea. I had no idea about that. Return! Thank the Navigator. When I learned that you went the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise, but tell me what became of the others. Here's some bodies. Dear gods, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture, to maim. Their savagery know no bounds, enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may become of the other two who are unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you. Must needs thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Thrice-damned fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. Damn. Peace, Commander. We're here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand. Savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetheryte in the depths of the Sapsa. If we're to act, it must be now. Men are ready, but we await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. Ah, but we're not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. You're not here to kill them all. Couldn't you just do that? I mean, I know that's like genocide or whatever, but... You guys seem to have some pretty derogatory terms for them. I mean, it almost makes me uncomfortable saying fishback. Maelstroms shall engage to distract the Sahagin legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. In likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Aiding and Ishtola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through drawing unwarranted attention. Anchored in Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your ears and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Ishtola and Canadian. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! Last would be fight side by side, Canadian. Not too long ago, I warned, but come, let us away. Has been quite a while. I remember when it was annoying to run through here. Now you just go up over everything. Ah. Oh, nice. It's actually kind of cool running with this guy. We gotta fight double the enemies, but faster for him and safer for me. Oh, I love samurai so much. The 8th raid is close at hand. Uh-oh, stinky. That man has a very stupid hat. Uh-oh.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Oh!
Did I miss much?
Bankard, you're sick! Ooh. That'll do it.
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Ooh. Oh, Yagiri's interested. Oh, fuck, I'm interested. Let's go, Thancred.
To the Aetheryte.
Alright. I was just kind of sitting there with my thumb in my ass. Oh, we're gonna get you. Okay, we're not gonna get you. You still got a broken stick. Ooh. Oh, I think that's Marrow Whip.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Of course I will. That was sick.
Stop, Master! How do you know I'm there?
Oh, yeah. Alright, these guys are kind of cool.
Liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Sorewalkers tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
Uh-oh, we failed. Maybe you guys shouldn't stand or maybe run in, stab, slash, kill. Oh, no, I'm having a stroke again.
No, Master!
So was Minfilia.
Stop it!
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Seven hells!
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
Uh-oh.
O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Uh-oh.
Die, damn you!
Foolish Shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Yeah, that is pretty much the definition.
fulfilled.
Damn it all!
Boys and girls, we best be running.
My being am the way. It should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
I think Leviathan eated you.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
We can ignore no more wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise the entire coastal settlements if this last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history be repeated, yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it?
Back here. Gotcha.
Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none. Of that you may be sure, but... Limelin herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In straight fight, he would make meat and match wood of us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Right then. Oh, everything loading in. You see the frames? Can you see them? Can you feel them in your soul? I can. You're expected in the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting. Yeah, I won't. Let me fight Leviathan already.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Highfield in western La Noscia. Hearthstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion,
I think my roommate is not having
the
fun.
company of heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells.
The company of heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet. But we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed 2 ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous.
This guy's a
for all
badass.
involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slathierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
Afferson.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
All right. Time to save the world, yet again. Beings held as gods also exist in what you would call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. Oh. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I'm listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes. Details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I'm disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Ystrola said, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. This man is of their number. What could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? His testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on this subject. Primal Slayer's claims. Canadians, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. Alright. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lenosha. Storm privates sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Where does it want me to go? Oh, come on. This dimwit again? Or maybe they're joking. Maybe they're gearing up for raid. Oh, I never would have noticed this. It's kind of cool. I'm guessing you can't go out there and look at that little lighthouse. Maybe you can. It's quite far from shore. And now I'm curious. I can fly over here and... Aww. Rip. Well. Big rip. I'm thinking this might be the guy who said he was in the company of heroes last time. If it is, this is going to be a joke segment. Which... it's interesting, but we'll see. You know, I never noticed these were giant windmills until now. Oh, track torn. Now look here. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. Sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you, and before I mucked out the chocobo stables, and before I rolled that millstone over to the mill. And also before... Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days. And you hear me complaining? I suppose it's time to just... Suppose some of us just ain't made of rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Tracktorn ain't a generous soul. Prick up your ears, because I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take with one setting. Ah, I hate this man. The tale of Traktorn's epic tale. Epic victory over the dread primal Leviabetus. But it's huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his scales about as wide across as me. Remember, as many members long, and that ain't no mean feat, let me tell ya. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of my hand at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. I grabbed him by the tail and I tied him up into knots. Not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let my mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, there's some that say you can never truly beat the Leviabetus. You gotta do is learn to live with them and make the best of bad situation. Not the company, though. Sir, do I have to hurt you? Ah, it's you! Sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention, that's all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wriggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women's to tumble them, and that don't happen much. Remember's tiny. What the fuck is this? Sure as hell didn't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen him with my own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking my duties one day, loitering about in the harbor, when I saw it. Great massive sea serpent come mauls off the coast with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. It was so bloody scared I soiled myself right there and then. Oh gods, just remembering that day made me soil myself all over again. Anyway, if you're asking after Leviabetus, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible, dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, he'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless lying horse son, I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. This is my failure. Were you able to learn auto of using your pardon, Leviabetus? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tied in for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We wait you at the Morby dry docks. Play make your way here as soon as you're able. Well, that should be in the same zone, right? Yeah. Kitty. But doggy, though. Told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the World Leader I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prestigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The World Leader and her crew stand ready, my friend. Give us a word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. Oh, get me there. I want to fight. I know that look. You're ready. Having constructed in some haste, the World Leader may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She's been fitted with what our friends at Nuldeek and Meleli are calling the Elemental Converter. Assuming the things work, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Oh, well. Cool, we don't even need Sid. We just figured it out. It is expected that the Zahagan and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thanking to the Stola, I would have you assist in this effort. For a purpose, your diversionary force must not want for number. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it, having seen you fight in the Seps. I dare say the Fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Tancred Nistola, if you would join the third levy Lady Yugiri V. What words have I for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these: go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Canadian. May the crystal bless you and keep you. Sick. Alright. Murder Leviathan time. No more doing anything else. Just Leviathan. Pearl Eater hard. Oh, that's gonna be absolutely. Yeah, maybe it's probably best to paladin this one. Oh, it's less than 5 minutes either way. Kinda out of things to do. I guess I could go check out what I need for my next Grand Company upgrade. Oh, spine. Okay, completed that. Yeah, pretty much all these can be. Okay, I think there's a cutscene that plays when I turn that in, so I'm gonna wait, and then I'll come back, and I'll do it when I get there. Because I think I'll miss my cue if I go through that. Oh Lord, he coming. Back once he's dead.
Oh, she did right.
Ugh. Doesn't matter in normal mode, but in hard mode that would be great. I forget when you're supposed to do the converter. I know you have to kill these guys for else bad things happen to you. Did we do that too early? No? Did they fix that? Oh, they got it. We're good. That's perfect. To me, this sounds a little loud. What are you doing? It's a shame this fight is over so fast. Oh, I'm good. UD Pizza. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on bigfollows.com. No, thank you. I'm good. Oh, fucking... Alright. Oh, I missed my chance for self-promotion. RIP. Now I'm in the command room and lose Elemenza. Okay, so we're definitely going to do that, but before I do that, I have to go to Ul'dah and get my next upgrade for my Grand Company. With the power vested in me, I hereby appoint you to the 2nd rank Frame Lieutenant. By this promotion, you are eligible to transfer between the 3 Grand Companies of Eorzea. In order to lure more adventurers to the Grand Companies, the Alliance leaders recently introduced a system which allows members of one organization the freedom to transfer to another. If you wish to shift your allegiance, you may do so by speaking with the personnel officer of the Grand Company you wish to join. Procedure incurs a registration fee, though. This payment is waived for the first time you transfer. Furthermore, this promotion also confers you the right to purchase land or an apartment in one of the residential districts established for adventurers' use. If you're interested in owning an estate or other property, I suggest that you speak with the resident caretaker posted at the district you have your sights set on. Able to receive sound guidance on going about purchasing a plot of land, buying an apartment, or building a hall. And a bear lad. I'm certain that your duties at the Immortal Flames demand much of your time already. But I have word. I'll get right to the point, Lieutenant. The higher-ups have authorized plans to form a specialized squad, and we're on the lookout for reliable leaders. Your name was at the top of the list. You would be responsible for training and commanding a number of adventurers' subordinates. The position also comes with the possibility of future promotion. Let's see, Lieutenant, are you ready to lead? Hell yeah! Outstanding! Let's get you acquainted with your second-in-command right away. Oh, sick. Fellow Rogaden. Or I guess I'm not a Rogaden on this character, whatever. It's an honor to be serving with you, Lieutenant Bearlad. In my capacity as your aide, I will be filling the role of Squadron Sergeant. Eager troops are the inaugural members of your squadron. Form up! Alright. Every one of them is a fledgling adventurer who enlisted in the hopes of following in your legendary footsteps. They're green to the military eye, but we'll harden them up soon enough. When you've a moment to spare, stop by the barracks and we can discuss their training and deployment in greater detail. I'll leave it to you then. Alright, cool. I kind of want to go do that. I've never done it before. What do you think? I'll admit they're raw as soldiers go, but they certainly have potential. I look forward to seeing what you can do with them. Right, I won't keep you any longer. Your squad's barracks can be found through the door at the back of the Hall of Flames. May Nald bless you with fortune. Nald bless you with fortune? Whatever. Adventurer Squadrons unlocked. You are now the commander of an adventurer squadron. Enter the Flame Barracks and speak with your squadron sergeant to issue deployment order. Okay. Welcome to the Squadron Barracks, Commander. I've been fully debriefed on this new initiative and ready to answer any questions you might have. First and foremost, however, we need to increase the number of squadron members. We have 3 recruits at present, but our squadron won't be ready to deploy until we have at least 4. Your own deeds as an adventurer should serve to attract new recruits. All you need to do is choose from the hopefuls, so submit their enlistment papers. By completing categories in your challenge log, you will occasionally attract new recruits to your squadron. You decide which recruits you wish to add to your squadron after visiting the barracks and reading the enlistment papers. You can also check if recruits are available by opening the Timers interface located under Duty in the main menu. Visit the barracks and read the enlistment papers to decide which recruits you wish to add to your squadron. Okay, who do we have? What are you? You're Archer? Warrior? And Sicily. Healer? Where are you? What weapon do you have? Conjurer. Level 1. Alright. Conjurer. Archer. Marauder. Alright, sick. So, Conjurer, Archer. We have one of each. Another DPS wouldn't go amiss. No new enlistment papers are currently available. Okay, so you have to do challenge log. Challenge log? Vote 5 times in player commendations, complete 3 dungeons via the duty roulette. I already did these. Fates. Complete 10 fates with the highest rating possible. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Supply and provisioning missions. How are they coding this? 3 dungeons via Duty Finder Roulette. Well, I'm sure I can do 3 of these. Yeah, you know, 50, 60, 70 leveling trial? That seems quick. Easy. Give me some levels. While I'm doing that, I can go do a fate. Let's go. Cerulean processing plant. I don't want to just like get a group of them so that I can see what they do. Oh, you know what? I'll save that. Yeah, that straight up one-shot that thing. That's nuts. Samurais are nuts. If I could get some basilisk eggs, that would be pretty good, because I can make basilisk whetstones. Hey, basilisk egg. Cool. Big money. They said under duty, timer, none. No new recruit. Okay, so is it like no? So how does this work? Logs, challenge log. Do I have another one for fates? No, we're done that. Okay. Quests. 5 leave quests with different leave plates. I don't know what that means. Beast tribes, crafting. Gather items of comparable level to your own 100 times. Only items. Pretty fish. Well, maybe I can go unlock miner. Let's see what's what. And well, I'll be able to get the commendations one. And ow. Oh, the naval hard. I'll just go ahead and tank this one. Run, everyone! Run! about to get walloped. Oh no. Now I feel like I'm about to get walloped. Oh no, landslide. See, does everyone make it out of here? They do. Oh, oops. Alright, that's an AoE. Alright, that's taken care of. Mountain Buster. Yeah, there it is. And this is where the healers panic. Their lives easier. Don't really want to worry about me taking damage for a little bit. They can focus on whatever else they need. Let's put Sentinel up, because I feel like a Mountain Buster's coming. Yep. Oh, it's gonna be close! That's actually a good idea. I'm gonna let you have that one, buddy. Oh, come on, take it! No! That was my bad. I saw the provoke and I used another ability. Come on, get him! Get him! We can do it! Oh, that's gonna kill a lot of people! Come on, Mr. Healer, I know you can do this. No, you're fucked! You're dead! You're screwed! It's over! That's it! What a troll! Titan, you're such a troll! Yeah. Granite Sepulchre kills. Where was it? It was like right here? No. I think it was over there. If you stand on like the corner of that yellow crystal, like this one right over here, the bomb actually won't hit you at all. Oh, watch out!
Tremble before the might of the earth!
Alright, thanks, Titan. Ow! These are reprisal, make it easier. I don't know if this guy can be slowed. He can be? 2, 1. Alright. I think it was like a second too late for that Mountain Buster to hit. Ooh, do we do the Twitch? I think we do. Alright. Achievements. No, not achievements. We want challenge log. Big battle. 5 dungeons. 3 dungeons via the duty roulette. Oh, I guess trials don't count? Okay, so I did the vote one. Do we have no adventurer squadron? Okay. Well, do the leveling then. I want to fight some stuff anyway. Alright, let's get in there. Oh, it does melt our cold. Oh, this makes me sad. Alright, this guy wants a full clear. Let's give him a full clear. Ooh. Alright, so one guy's drinking, one guy wants a full clear. No, this seems like it's going to be a good group. Seems like it's going to be a good group. Anything down here? Oh yeah, there's a forgotten soul in here, or betrayed soul. This This next one probably kills me. Yeah.
Oh.
Huh.
I have the
What happened here? Bad things. Alright, we're gonna go to the crystal thingy. Because reduces damage across the board. Little trick to get that little soul dude in here. I'm just gonna use Sentinel and I'm gonna eat these so that this timer can go down. There we go. Well, these guys are in this one. No. I don't need here. Oh. I was looking at stream chat and I didn't see that AoE start. Which one is, it's this one. Come on. There you go. Stupid eyeball. And there it is. All right. We'll just greed these for turn-ins. Another frog. This is not going to end well. We're just going to blast all the cooldowns and hope that a couple more of these are dead by the time it gets to the end of it. We're going to start stunning some enemies. Die already! There we go. Alright. Now that could have been a disaster, but it wasn't, so that's good. This guy sure does like just pulling shit, eh? While it is in best practices not to pull first when you're not in the tank, I get it. Oh!
Oh no.
Does make my job moderately harder though. I hope the healer's ready for this one because if he isn't, this is gonna suck. He does not have line of sight. We'll use a couple more abilities. Ah, we gotta go back for him. I'm coming, brother. Poor lad. Where is he? Is he still down there? Oh yeah. There we go. Honestly, how does this happen? This man is drunk and high in a dungeon. This is worse than drinking and driving. All right. Oh, this fight was a nightmare on Black Mage.
Yeah, I know.
You can't fool me. You just stole the boss from Holokali's final boss and put him in this one, Final Fantasy. Oh, I'll be right back. Okay. Ah, you guys are cool. I was like, no, I want an energy drink. Oh, no, oh. Oh, anyway. Drink I did grab was a nice, refreshing Rockstar Pure Zero Fruit Punch energy drink. Not sponsored. I just really like them. And obviously I have to say not sponsored because I'm clearly big enough that they would sponsor me. They just haven't. I think I got hit by that. Oh my god, I didn't? Really? Huh. Cool. All right. Okay. Love it when the crystal chooses me. When the troll chooses me for the line AoE. Because as a tank, you're so used to like manipulating AI to like do a specific thing that you want. You just make it shoot the same place so the DPS can like stay there and actually hit things. Let's just lower his AoE damage here. Oh, nice. That's probably gonna hurt. Double kills? Oh, lucky. Lucky, lucky. Alright. We'll show off the Twitch. Let's go. And we'll give a bow. There we go. Ah! Get out of here. There we go. Alright. Okay, so we need to go to logs, challenge log. Yeah, complete 3 dungeons via duty roulette. We did 1. Probably get another one out of the 50, 60, 70 roulette. Oh wow. Oh hey, look at this one in queue as well. That's pretty good. Oh, and this one. Alright. Hello. Did they make it all the way to the first boss and then that guy had to dip? I like it. Also, I love the music here. Okay. Okay, so everybody is arranged. I don't have to worry about like moving the boss around or anything. Their turn to be stuck in the tummy. Ow. You guys are all very quiet. But hey, I'll take skipping the first couple trash pulls in a dungeon.
Oh, behind
I'd say we used hallowed ground quite effectively there. I think I might be stressing this healer out a little bit. Alright. I forget how this works. I think we want to get hit, or I want to get hit with the Ranch for more AoE. I don't know what Buddy was doing there, but he doesn't have any scale flakes. I do. We're good. And you know what? Stand like my shit, buddy. There. Yeah, a little rough, but hey, it is what it is. Okay. blind. I can't see. It's weird. It feels like I'm playing with bots. Mapping the realm. Lost City. Emtapol. Diabolos. Diabolos. Alright. Let's get her done. Okay. Blue, blue, green, green, red, red. Oh wait, no, I guess there's two green. I hope somebody was paying attention to that. Oh? For slaps? Is somebody doing it? No? That was the minimum you can do that at to get it. Alright. I don't really care about waiting for the gear, they can have it if they want it. Okay, so... one more dungeon. Oh, come on now. Well, let's go for... I don't know, another leveling. Should have put my dot up. I still will, because it'll probably take another minute to beat this guy, but... Oh, it's not really so cool. Oh, is this the Midori Setsugeka finish? It's so good! Oh, feels so good. Okay, whatever. We're gonna continue the story while I wait for that dungeon. And, yeah. Oof. Doesn't it show who made it anymore? Oh yeah, crafter. See at the bottom? Canadian Bear Man. At the bottom, that's my main that crafted this piece of gear. I think it's so cool that you can see that. Yeah, I'm an inspiration because I killed Levi. Let's go. Let's go.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Notice how the guy in the back's like,
I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
oh, right, so this is in the story where...
I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that
where you would
fit
unlock
differently in the
Rogue.
beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Rip.
Minfilia, please!
Okay, Thancred.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
And thus ninjas were born, and taken to every raid henceforth.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'shtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagins' reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
All right. Oh, I don't have my other ability. It hurts my soul. Is not the way of it, sir. Take the shot. Ow. Suppose I can just use Ijutsu or whatever. Yeah, Ijutsu. I keep forgetting that I don't actually have positionals on this character for damage. They're all just to get more Kenki. And since I don't have a Kenki gauge at this level, it doesn't do anything for me to actually like do positionals at all. That one? Yeah. All right. Feels wrong doing an Ijutsu with a Musatsu Kaiten. Man, this dungeon brings back so many memories. Oh, I really wanted to jump to that enemy, but I can't. Oh, because I technically haven't seen that cutscene. That's why I didn't skip it. Because I think there was a whole other big cutscene the first time I did this dungeon. Nice. Hey, new recruit arrived. Let's go. Let's hit him with that Twitch recruitment. Let's go. All right. Let's go figure out the old dot. Wait, actually, where is down there? Okay. And first, let's grab this quest, because it might want me to go somewhere else. And then I'll go figure out if the flames are going to let me do my squadron stuff yet. I don't know what the squadron does, because I never screwed around with it. But... Direction of the Laminzan Underworld. Most inform me of your arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. South stands the gate leading to the pier. Small fishing vessels. Look for an inauspicious, inconspicuous Hurrian man there and present him with a letter to serve as a gatekeeper of ports. Now, before you go, I'm obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity for which you'll be introduced abide in the shadows of women's in society. They value their independence more highly than pirates and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though may be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on a parchment will get you only so far. Into their commonness you must work with every ounce of trust they place in you. Here's the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. Thanks, I'll probably need it from the sound of it. We're going to Ulda. Check out what that squadron can do for you. Real salute. Enter the barracks. Okay. Good news, Commander. We received new enlistment papers. I've left them on your desk to review when you have a free moment. However, I can arrange for you to meet any potential new recruits face to face. I always like to look a soldier in the eye myself. Gladiator. I mean, sure. I mean, I kind of need them so that I can do stuff with the squadron, right? Squadrons are now 4 strong, which means we're ready for deployment, sir. Squadron form, let's go. The barracks has room for 8 soldiers if you wish to enlist any promising new recruits. Beyond that, I'm afraid you'll need to discharge one of the existing squadron members. Never a pleasant task, but an elite unit is no place for underperformers. Right then, they say experience is the best teacher, so how about we jump straight into a simple mission? Deploy your squadron on a mission, speak with the squadron sergeant, and select squadron missions. Okay. Greetings, Commander. The squadron is eager to receive orders. Our fledgling squadron's first deployment. Now, ordinarily I would offer you a list of pre-approved duties to choose from, but I've taken the liberty of arranging a simple mission to ease the recruits into their roles. All you need to do is confirm the squadron members and give the signal to deploy. Squadron missions must be undertaken by a unit comprised of 4 members. Choose the recruits you deem suitable for the mission and then select the deploy button. Okay. They'll get a bunch of XP, no expenditure required. The order has been given, Commander. The squadron is mission bound. I should also mention that each deployment is funded by company steals. I paid what's owed this time around, but the Immortal Flame requires that their soldiers receive fair compensation. For future deployments, you'll need to pay the recruits yourself. And now we wait. Once the squadron is returned from their mission, speak to me and I'll provide you with a full report. Squadron missions require 18 hours to complete. The time remaining until a mission is completed can be viewed by opening the timers interface located under duty. Whew. Alright. Alright, well this one will be done in an hour. Then we can do whatever. Oh god, the frame rate! It's dying! Let's get out of here. Fisherman's Guild it is. Ooh. Come on, let me jump down. Thank you. So many times it makes you run around. It's so annoying. Okay. Got business with me, venturer? You're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thank or two, but seeing as it's been a while since I seen his shit-engine grin, what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner the Merowib said wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, my lady. I'm Yugiri of Doma. It was an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconception as to the nature of your membership, but it was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that last. Limsa is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose, I see. Knowing that the practitioners of Myra too are denizens of shadow, 'tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are you waiting for? If you'd come with us, Yugiri or Duwatsit, we can get acquainted in more private surroundings. That didn't come out right, did it? As a Canadian, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. I'm loath to be separated from my countrymen. Time comes to be an honor to welcome you as a student. Okay, cool. I can learn how to do stabby stab. Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it is to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle, but forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Man, I want to move on to Heaven's Ward. There's so many cool dungeons, so much cool shit. I know there's quite a few dungeons and stuff that I need to do, though.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Uh-oh. To the students of Baldessian. My friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word if there are any developments Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak to a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which were previously attributed to good King Mogomog XII. The king is no more as a blessing, for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Uh-oh. You have a problem. Manner of problem. A band of refugees hailing from Ul'dah this time are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It appears they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the seventh heaven awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhaps this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Still, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread, and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, and I will hear their plea. And I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Ooh, more politics, hooray. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Well, be praised, it is you. We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray, calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Ul'dah for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as would sully his soul sooner than his palms, Annie wrote. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. It's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and then it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. So it is with great regret that I must deny your request. We've nowhere else to go. Turning your back on us? I might have a word. Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. What? Cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells, now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please. If you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. The authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alfino, and quickly. If he is in danger or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papa Lima will see to it. Alfino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry. I don't remember any of this. Oh, no, you seem fine.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Ul'dans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Domans asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that the incident of this kind would eventually occur given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. If I speak your curiosity, good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of the Flames. I will hear what General Rauban has to say upon the matter. What is this? No idea. I think that's Hunt's. Now is not a good time, Lieutenant Bearlad. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Now, Final, back on your feet already. You may credit my swift recovery to your Churgeons. My memories of the ride are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We've sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine, given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Uldan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away, but would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single gil to spend? Who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well, my point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion. And now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I don't have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities. Canadian, therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at the request for such information, but I have no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I meanwhile shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Why not? There's something else to say, Lieutenant. We ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual, even one with ties to the flames, may be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well, the Blast Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Lost Hope is a nice name for a region. It's very, you know, it really just rolls off the tongue and doesn't make you not want to go there at all. What brings you your adventure? A search for refugees. Well, you come to the right place. Oh, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people in Lost Hope have come to accept their situation, are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Didn't expect them to send you, Canadian. I take this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. You will explain everything. Okay. Ah, don't hurt me. I'm not one of them. I beg your pardon, you're with the flames, but you're not with the flames. I see. If Leofric bid you speak to me, then I take it you've agreed to help. 12 be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account, of taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of the idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent, and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I cannot make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I've no doubt that that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you to find them before he does. What are you doing? Don't draw, don't draw, don't draw, don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? If we've escaped together, then you'd be here. Let's slash soothe this man. Calm down, man. I have magical powers of soothing. Who are you? What do you want? Aye, 'tis true I followed the merchant. May the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed the cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited he split us into 2 groups and set us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter. The other group, they're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. Fox on all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Everyone, grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. That's your game, is it? Haha, sorry to disappoint you, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. I don't think you should have done that. Oh my goodness, they keep coming. That man died. Beat him like it was nothing. The Almighty, what are we gonna do now? Did you find my brethren? What are the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Where else could he be, unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others? The merchant wished to approach the refugee of Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the city. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him, convince him to cease his mad quest, and it will surely lead us to Okay. We'll just go for a nice little fly. Have you seen my parents? No. Told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with a man from Uldal. The men said they were going to change everything, make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? Man, he left with my parents, but I don't know where he... Wait, look over there. I think that's him. He's global victim. Oh, buddy. You best run. You! Oh, it's time. Getting away. Go get him, mister. Gotcha. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution. That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorized the streets of Uldal? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. You want to see me detain you? Let's take the argument. Let's say I did do the things you claimed. Surely you don't think I'd give a kicker in arse about politics. It was business, only business. Both know I'm not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Oops. Well, that takes care of that. Oh, this commotion. 7 hells. The others are spread out and search the area. The killers may still be close. Annoying. Hold adventure. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. Man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it's obvious you're not the one who we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, son. Oof, there's a lot of people here. Next time around. Merchant? Murdered. Damn it all to the seventh hell. Not simply murdered, Lieutenant. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the result of our own investigation. Master Alfino has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. No, that's wrong. I went to the wrong one. I'm dumb. Chamber of Rule. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities.
Thank God.
You have made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the Calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled. which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Politics, my favorite. See, I'm a man of simple solutions, so my solution would be hang Taleji Adeleji and draw on quarter Lolorito just to prove a point to the Syndicate and be done with it. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they felt the need to do so is more troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. You are, of course, the Scion best suited to the task, Lieutenant Bear Lad. Do take a moment to visit the Hall of Flames and make inquiries at the earliest opportunity. Begone, whelp. This is no place for children. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. Know this girl? So he visited Stone's Throw as well, I see. Find the man. Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course, but first I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momody will know what to do. Legion of Garleans, an Aether Star Primal, even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Honestly, Alphino, honestly. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Canadian, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I'm going to ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the Twelves Wood has taken a turn for the worse. I'll explain in detail once you arrive. It's time for Ramu now. Twelveswood, and the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. Even no reports of Exali activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go, Canadian. You know as well as I, the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I'm grateful for her concern, she didn't fear for my safety. I'm more than capable of protecting myself. Oh, that cutscene loading? No? Okay. Sending stones. Let's do the old return. They should do, like, alternate animations. They should have, like, special teleports. Either for each class, or you could, like, buy them. Be another source of income. They should put me on the team. I'm telling you. Oh. It is relief to see you healthy and hale, Canadian. The latest news of Ul'dah was most disturbing. Yeah, it was awful. Clearly, the only injury Alphino suffered was his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long, and the other Scions will need to be present for this meeting if you're ready to begin and summon them now. Cool. Another voice cutscene, I take it? Because this seems rather important. Fuck! Okay. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. I mean, at least this lets us get it through it a little bit faster. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you here. I would not have summoned you here if it weren't urgent business. Then I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ramu. Sorry, may have. Then it's not certain. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Leban's return of the forest. The Sylphants, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, Antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. We were not keeping close watch on the touched ones and their movements, or were we not? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it? I told Papa Lemo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came traipsing through the forest. And so long as Castramorian stands, the Sylph cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, he and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uldra drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. It is like that the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for the Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. But that is as it may. This regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Adian, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope, were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seedseers requested your personal involvement, Canadian. Parade report to Commander Horlow at the Adder's Nest as soon as you're able. Fine. Save yourself for the worst while I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter. Experiences suggest that your meeting with the Lord of Leven will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Christ. All that to say, hey, we should try and be nice to Ramu because he's pretty amicable, and you should head to Gridania and take care of that. They're being fancy, but like I don't know. I find text, especially text when talking about important things, to not be the best way of getting across a good point. It doesn't endear you to the characters nearly as much as them actually speaking with emotion. Because, like, for me, I just want to rush past it so I can get to the actual voiced dialogue of the story. And I don't know. I feel it's a bit too wordy for its own good, and it's what kind of put me off it the first time as well. But I mean, it's not awful, it's not bad or anything. I'm enjoying the story. It's just, Christ, that was like what, 8 minutes for that? Canadian of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of the Primal has ever caused cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseeker, however, would speak with you first. He is of the opinion that your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nuffica's altar. The Conjurer and attendants will admit you to the stand. Cool, now I just need to run over to the Aetheryte and go to the Conjurer's Guild, to the Adder's Nest. Other scions have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? Sure, why not? God, I wish I had like 3 sprints. Alright. Ane Senna. Voice cutscene?
Scions
Yes.
of the Seventh Dawn.
Okay.
On behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Alright, so we're off. Go see if we can find Ramuh. I think we have to do Shiva yet? It's like Ramuh and then Shiva. And then the shit goes down at Ul'dah. Oh, well, my squadron is done, whatever they were doing. I understand you go treat with the Primal Ramuh himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I've been told that your fellow Scions are conducting investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of the Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Let me guess, they figured it out. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigations. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and wisely identified the precise location where the touched one summons Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow scions? Be this one's pleasure, walking one. Please come with this one. Okay. Alrighty. Fly on over there. See what there is to see. I forget if I fight Ramu now. I really thought Ramu was like one of the peaceful prions, or primals. Prions. Primal and Scion mixed together. But I guess, I mean, we kind of have to fight him. I remember fighting him. There's an extreme version, a normal version, whatever, so I suppose I might have to beat the shit out of him at this point. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. This one must proceed carefully, keep an eye out for the touched ones. Alright, so I'm guessing I have to attune to some sort of aetheryte. It is so nice being able to fly over all of these gaps. I remember this being such a pain in the ass. And it's just not actually that annoying anymore. You just go. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to the Lord Ramu, and this one may be turned mean and nasty like the touched ones. So this one must say farewell for now. Walking one will find wise one not far from here to the south. Go in safety. Cool. The music here is kind of popping too. It's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Ashtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Popular. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I've reached an indisputable conclusion. Wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph Aetherite. Come, Canadian, the Lord of Lebanon awaits. Cool.
Betrays thee, servant of Hydra. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not.
The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed, for light and dark given form when man was born. It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Right, so he is cool. And you can talk to him. Ooh, you know who I'm super excited to see in the story? I want to see Susanoo. I want to see his story. I always thought he was cool.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Striking tree. Excuse me? Little milk fruit cluster thing? You wanna fag off? Alright, 11 minutes. So this gives me time to go to Ul'dah and see that my squadron is sent back out on a mission. Do I have the Nana-Bear minion? Was that given to me? No? Maybe I'll have to go buy it. You get it from the story. I'm not even sure, if I'm honest. The barracks. Barracks. Bearman. Get it? Squadron has returned from their deployment. Player, look over the report. 500. Complete. Level up. To your eye, the recruits appear to have carried out their task in a sufficiently competent manner. You'd be surprised at how many privates manage to lose their way on a simple patrol route. In any case, a small success like this will improve the unit's cohesion and help sharpen their individual skills. Directly with the squadron sergeant, begin mission deployments or check the mission. Each mission can be completed once per week, with deployment status being reset every Tuesday at 2 a.m. Now let's talk training. Specialized instruction will improve the abilities of individual recruits, but its main purpose is to encourage the growth of the squadron as a whole. When you decide that the squadron skills could use some sharpening, check the regiment board for a list of available training courses. As much as I champion learning through doing, there are some things need to be taught if the troops are to handle the tougher deployments. The more you bleed during training, the less you bleed on the field, as my old drill sergeant used to say. If we want the squadron to be the most elite unit in the Immortal Flames, then we best not neglect their military education. Okay. What is this? Squadron Training Commander. I think you'll find the course names are fairly self-explanatory. Training courses will improve squadron attributes, providing increases to units' overall physical, mental, and tactical strength. The focus on which attribute is improved varies from course to course, so consider the values required for completing the more difficult missions when planning a regimen for your recruits. Each training course takes 1 hour to complete. The time remaining until the course is complete. Examine the regiment board to begin training or check training results. Training courses. Okay, so oh wait, so let's talk to him to send them on. Oh, okay, so I have to pick one of these. Let's do, I don't know, physical and tactical. Squadron is performing well, but let's keep the pace. How should we proceed? Mission deployment or training? Skirts patrol. We need more physical, more mental, but we will have the tactical. See, I wish you would have let me look at this before we did what we were doing. Anyway, we can do this one. Mission is bound to succeed. Okay, so I can't do it while they're training, but that's fine. Let's see, is anyone online? FC. Anyone willing to do drama with me? Ramal? Enemy one? Anyone? Ramu. was the first one? Hard. Alright, looks like I'm gonna have a couple people to go with me, so... let's see, what do I need to level up again? Apply for promotion. Ready to see flame may burn, there are no more promotions available to you. Really? Then I must have the last hunting log. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Ollie Wind Talon, North Shroud, Proud Creek. Alright, I think the rest of them are here. Alright. Is there any other ones in North Shroud? No. East Shroud, Outer, West, Southern Thanalan, Coerthas. Wanderer's Palace. Wanderer's Palace? I thought that you were. I thought it was Orm Vale that they made you do. Not Wanderer's Palace. East Shroud, the Sylphlands.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, Sylphid's size. So I don't think. Oh, that parallel paralysis just did one hit. A single hit. Ah, Sylphid's size are over here. I bet that one regrets its life up until this point.
Oh, hold on.
Where the heck are these things? That's a screech. I don't even think this is ground, technically. Ochu, Banestool, okay, this is Lark's Call, so they're not gonna be here. Dream Toad. Oh! There's one. God, even with 2 tanks, this is taking forever. Even if I'd have been a tank, would have been forever. But we have so many tanks in our FC, I figured I might as well go with this. Plus, these don't give fuck all for XP. Like these missions. What is this place? Snarl, Sylphid Style. Alright. That one's done. Gomeril Priest in the Ogomeril Mines in Outer Lenosha. Ooh, that's some fucking girlfriend aggro right there. Holy. Tristan said, I don't like the sound of my voice, so I'm inclined to share it as little as possible. Speaking about my offer for him to come into my little streaming channel in our guild Discord. And his girlfriend claps back with the yet you talk all the time. Rip that, dude. Where the heck are the Ogomeril Priests? Is there one in here? I feel like there should be. I think a bunch of people murdered them all. Oh, these are elite. These are special ones. Are they elite over here too? These ones are synthetic goblins. Yeah, it's elite. Yeah, I need a Gomeril. Which means that I think I need to go back past this door, because anything past this is, yeah, Ugomero. Alright, perfect. I remember these being particularly annoying to find. I think you need to kill them for, you know, let's see. Can I do it in a minute? Wow. That timing, though. Oh, now Tristan's pouting. Let's go. Oh, my favorite music in the game. Can't get enough of this.
I was like, wait, that's a hazmat. Okay,
Snake Eater! Okay, that's kind of funny. God, I miss all my tanky abilities. No, I hit that person with it. Ah! Why didn't they give me one? Alright. Oh! Don't kill us, please. Oh, thank God. My judgment is mine. Your My judgment is nigh. What I meant to say. Ooh, big direct crits. Let's go. Shameless plug.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Should be all the Tomberry. Oh no, need to kill 8 of them. Got it. Okay. Corrupted Numians, Soldiers of Nim. Okay. Man, this dungeon is big nostalgia. I remember running this with like the opening members of my guild. We were like coming up with tactics to speedrun back before that was really even a thing. It was kind of sick. Okay, that's Tonberries. We need Corrupted Nimians and Soldiers of Nim. Okay, Soldiers of Nim. Then Corrupted Nimians. Do not knife me! Alright. Big stabbers evaded. Now the hardest boss in the game. Are you ready? Oh! Look at the health. He survived. A level 80 hit him and he survived. It's crazy. He called stuff. And that should be everything. Yep, okay, hunting log completed. And I don't know what that is, but we're gonna get rid of that. Alright. Mapping the realm. And that's that. Goodbye, Tomberry King. Ooh, some Japanese treats? Oh, okay. What is it? How very odd. Some sort of flavored popcorn? Woo. I'm dying. Alright, I'm gonna go back and kill another Gomero priest, because if I leave that unfinished... Hmm? Hmm? What is it? Spice blend. Hmm. Japanese 7 spiced blend flavored popcorn. That's what my friend just gave me. We made it here. Hmm. Not bad by any means. Alright. That's a shelf spine. That's western, that would be Aleport. I think I'm just gonna quickly smack these out, and then Zaharak, Thaumaturge, Natalan, go after. Okay. And pretty much you have to go to every beast tribe and hit him with a stick. Now, Sapsa variants, I think, are the deeper ones, but not the deepest one. Because these are the shelf ones. I guess they are the deepest. Those are shoal. I may regret this. On the other hand, maybe not. I got the samurai with the end. Ping! Okay, let's mount up and fly. Yeah, it is the deepest one. Elf Tooth. I forget what one we're even looking for anymore. Elf Spine, so it's like the paladin one, right? Yeah. Thank God they're the door guards. That it? Cool. Zaharak Thaumaturge. Two Forgotten Springs. And the way these work, they're generally 3 tiers of enemies, 3 different types. So for the Amalja, or the Lizardkin, you've got like Amalja archers and stuff. And then you've got Zanrak ones. These are the Amalja. And these are Zanrak. And then the deeper ones are Zaharak. Like, there's this is a Zaharak one. Yeah, the Zaharak Thaumaturges are generally with Let me just finish this one and save my Bugatti, so I one-shot the next Thaumaturge, potentially. I think there's one more up here at this beacon. What's wrong? Oh, it's this one. Okay. And there's one more in that cave. My god, I got the whole Ku Klux crew over here. Nice work, Chocobo. Alright, my last two are both Natalan, which is Goerthus. Those are bird people, those are the farthest back. Wolves are to the Aetheryte, for their primal. Yeah, that's north, so this is east. This should be the way. Natalan. Yes. But here's the wind balance. Oh, and there's a Boldwing right up there. Fog collar, swift beak. Person doing the same thing I am. Ooh. Archwolf. If Boldwings are done. Oh, come on. Alright. Wind Talon. Well, let's just do this. Have that one. I don't need it. In Talon. Oh. I missed? What did I miss? All 3 hunting logs completed for the Immortal Flames. Cool. On a log, immortal flames. Cool. And now we'll continue with the story because that's done and I don't have to worry about it. Ain't that something? The only things I get in my chat are people offering me followers if I go buy them. Chick beans. Indian, you've returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? I found you to a test of arms. It is well then. That you have some experience in such matters. The people of both Britannia and Little Sauce will be relieved to hear that the Lord 11 has accepted you into the Forest Champions of Peace. You performed a monumental duty this day, Canadian. The Elder Seed Serum must be informed of your duties at once. Elder Seed Serum will wish to hear your experience at firsthand. Pray return to Galdonia. Make directly for the Lotus Stand. Conjure at Nafka's altars will be expecting you. Cool. New Britannia, teleport to the Conjurer's Guild. Interlock, talk to Kane Senna. Ramu was a pretty cool dude.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Carteneau, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one, yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania, and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramu has departed, Yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Alright. Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Canadian? I'd hoped Lord Romo could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the arduousness with which he responded to the Primal's sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Canadian? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? Sure. Oh. Welcome back, Canadian. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Roman precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing the defeat of the Lord 11, our learned companion is struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascians and mentality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
How is that not?
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
But first, we need to talk about alternate realities.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. in turn. The restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Yikes. Lord 11 is returned to the Aether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Royal 11, all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man, Eidolon's servant grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wane. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Zodiac.
Yeah, she.
Now the matter of Ramuh for the present has been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Canadian. As a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the island's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated Brimals, Efreet, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogulmog the 12th, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Needless to say, there's only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Canadian, and Eorzea is that much safer for your presence. Thanks. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Assassins may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. That is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe it in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in doing so. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace, who wish naught of conflict, of Alice, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Allag, that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we will. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it is not an inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Elfino, I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from you recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found, unharmed. She wished for me to pass her thanks along to you. Alphino, I am to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name. I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Canadian, you might have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with it? I suppose. Suppose I could. Suppose I could do that. Am I missing something here? Seems like he's in the Rising Stones. I suppose he is. We just let kids hang out here? In the super secret base or whatever? I guess it's not super secret anymore, but whatever. Look, it's Mr. Canadian. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish we could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventures Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Mr. Canadian? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder, Mr. Coldnet, did you know that Mr. Canadian is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Canadian. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coolnet. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we've taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore. We're adventurers. We're just asking Mr. Canadian if he could give us some more special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Canadian? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Or if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Haha, well, mayhaps I am, but what matters to motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Canadian? Would you consent to spar with me? Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Hurrah, we're to have a tournament. Come on, everyone, we must prepare our gear for an outing. Do try not to disappoint them, Have faith, Goldenette. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. Fields of the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our fight. Whatever. Can't help but feel like there's better things I should be doing. Very well, let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hoyer, you certain you wish to fight him alone? This is Canadian you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas the hero of legend that led me to join the Silence to begin with. Without Canadian to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Point is well made, but remember this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Oh, you haven't begun yet, have you? Ida? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there's still more to come. When I mentioned the Canadian's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. While my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. Soon see. On your guard. Okay. Let's see how I do. Tails barely do you justice.
Go on. Alright, go back in. Come on, hold there.
Oh no, he looks right. I think I killed that man. Those are Canadians go strong, but you can't give up, Mr. Boulder. Can't disappoint the younglings. Nice try, Boulder. You've bested me. I yield. Gasp! None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Oh, I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I want to attempt the same. Impressive as always, Canadian. It is ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most befitting title. You recall when we first met? It was at the memorial service for the Battle of Cardno. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason my grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards the solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. Yeah, you can say that again. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsires sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are on a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascian is a new, expanded organization that cooperates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue the discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stone. I want to go to Heaven's Ward. Thank you for coming, Canadian. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Cool. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the Seventh Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the desperate forces of Eorzea together to a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what may be considered a trial company. It would be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation according to the scions. It is my hope that such a successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Silence Command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. Yeah, you guys just kind of send me at everything at this point. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions will be ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with the establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged in bureaucratic formalities. Cool. Thank you. It is reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at the Bulwark Hall. Okay. Is the Bulwark Hall an actual... No, that's the aft castle. Bulwark Hall... I mean, I think that's the, like... Where is Bulwark Hall? Oh, it is there. Okay. This armor looks stupid. I feel weird, like a half cowboy. I don't know. Oh, there you are. I'm ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blethswin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchments, so I'd like you to begin the recruitment process in earnest. Alright, you know what? Oh, this is so much politics. Oh my god.
The marshals.
Alright. Precursor to United Eorzean Grand Company? Well, I do admire the scope of your ambition. My responsibilities here at Naldeacon Fameli's keep me close to the forge. Not be traipsing hither across the realm to do whatever, okay. Okay. There. Okay, well, once I get this one, I'll come back here and I'll teleport. So, this one.
Oh!
Eh?
Oh, you fucking...
Oh, I'm an idiot. I was looking at the purple one. That's okay. And even that I screwed up. Go onwards, little level 2 Rogue Aiden. I believe in you. Canadian, I'd not been an adventurer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember, O real Dia, formerly in the company of heroes. It was so brown eye, it ain't that often dragged me out to the Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? In the particular new crew, top tier work, huh? Sounds like a right lark it does. Alright, lad, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Cool. Oh. Oh. Gods. Am I gonna have to do this in every town? Where's this? Well, they really hit it. Master Elfino's new organization. Yes, I'd heard of the formation of his trial company. It was in the offing. With regret, however, that I must decline your invitation as commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lominsa must needs receive my full attention. We got like one dude. With the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say your proposal intrigues me, but the Krakens well know that there's a time to act and a time to watch, and rate this trial company of yours, it falls into the latter category. Airship landing in Limsa Lominsa. I think I can teleport directly to the airship landing. Aethernet shard. Canadian, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Lominsa. Ah, a member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice, but you could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring your approval. I can only hope that my visit with the other Seed Serial proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue under Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nofika's altar. God, they really do. They really are going to make me do this in every town, aren't they? Audience with the other Seed Serial is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more accede to the task of recruiting here in Redania after you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry. Let us rendezvous with the airship ticket counter as before. Why? Why have me do this? Why not someone else who wants to do it? I remember Laurentius from something. Oh god, it's going to truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscarin's. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if jail had changed me more than I realized. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. One of you, adventurer, what business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? I understand the Wood Waiters will have not more to do with me. This may be the second chance I was looking for. Everyone is told you say, I shall leave at once. You should not regret this. I promise you, I'm a changed man. I find that... I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that call. He kind of sold out, like, all of Gridania to the Imperials for a couple bucks. He was sick of working for the Whalers because they didn't pay him enough. Whiny baby. Not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company very certainly sounds to have a promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such a time as your organization is well organized. Okay.
Are you fucking...
I'm gotta talk to fucking literally every human being that I've had contact with since the beginning of the story. Actually, thank God that isn't true, because holy wow, are there a lot of them. Alright, I'm mostly all the way there. I'm gonna save my sprint until after I talk with Ursandal. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions. I'm both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I've sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land.
Fuck that. Fuck that.
Grandfather, and you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest there. Your tormented back gives up on you for good. Terribly sorry, we were just... Oh, Canadian, isn't it? Been some time since our path crossed outside of Copperbell Mine. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Muyon tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. Now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is a thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. That is perfectly fine, I tell you. Tie me to the bed if you think you prevent me from... Oh, well, mayhaps I should rest just a short while. Okay, well, since I'm far from I'm just going to teleport to the crystal and then use the crystal to teleport directly to the airship landing. Which only works if you have all the Aether nets unlocked, by the way. What news, Canadian? For my part, the Outer Seed Seeker was most amenable to our requirements. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack for variety. That much is certain, an interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Ul'dah while the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Thank God for that. I think being a samurai just makes me violent. I just want to kill things. Which I think is understandable. Come on. Gilded Seedier, one's fortune defies one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, as that as the final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest ascending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting. Alright, bye-bye. Okay, there is one by the Gladiators Guild, one by the Miners Guild, another by the Weavers Guild, and two at the Silver Sapphire Avenue Exchange. We will first go to the Gladiators Guild. You're the man who came to Little Meagle looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools anyway. What disaster really got me thinking about our homeland and about any outsider saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make myself more of a worldly man, so here I am, a new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm? That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need, and don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met at Alamigo. I prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Oh. Alright, Miners Guild, Weavers Guild. Here's the crystal. Let's go Miners Guild. That's not the Miners Guild. This is the Miners Guild, but that's not where we're going. We need to go up here. And there's no point running back. I'll just go into the Weavers Guild. I don't have to teleport there, but then we'll use that to go to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I'm Orson of the Church of the Saint Amaralamanda. Thank you again for your timely rescue. Also, thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion Thancred, was it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek, then. Of course, an organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. Oh yeah, that was like the female like priestess. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady's already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Can't say that was my intent, no. Hey, I'll try anything in once, though. Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Have you come to tell me the news, soldier? Well, you have already heard. It seems the would-be savior of Udal's refugees went and got himself killed, and not by your hand. He's just as much a pawn as the helpless cast-offs he sought to deceive, eh? Not why you're here? Aye, you'd be surprised what rumors drift down the Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, and just so far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the street say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. People are oft self-centered, even when it is not to their benefit. Well, fair to Canadian, what hidden gems did the streets of Ulda offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Almegan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. These troubled years full of the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. There are those who would have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you have yourself won. Thank you, Canadian. Now, and let's go on to the precious gift you've placed in my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. Yes, we are free to begin, as you have no doubt surmised. The Sultana also graced my trail company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secure. There is aught to prevent me from taking the next step. Cool. You're concerned by the syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It'll not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of the time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for United Eorzea. Are we leaving via airship? Is that what's...
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
Oh god.
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Kalechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of our efforts is at hand. I must see the preparation of the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Canadian. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free of other duties. Greetings, Canadian. Alphino tells me that in place to begin this trial of company, the Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Totter is cooperating with Alphino to see that all is in readiness. So I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slapborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak to him and see if there is aught he requires? By the gods. So much dialogue. What can I do for you, Canadian? I thought you had your hands full helping out with the new arm of the Scions. I barely noticed your recruits arrived. It was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we had passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told the trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slapborn, the shipment. We couldn't... What's up? God's woman. We fell. We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort, but just as we were crossing Redona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives. I abandoned the supplies. Pray forgive us. There's not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. If heretics involved, then it is like to be more than a cause of a simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? Those 4 temps. We collected the provisions from Crumb Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this. Canadian, are you not on good terms with the Knights of House 4 Temps? I'll be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ifgard are far too important to risk half measures. Alright, I'll get her done. Thank you for your understanding. I'm certain Lord Harshafont will be glad of your assistance. Well, yes, it'll be much easier to simply teleport directly to the person instead of flying there. Well, if it isn't my fine friend, Canadian Bearlad, would you care for a plate of roast caracal? Some mulled wine? No? I see you've not come to my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. True.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurth's soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies.
Fortom?
Or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her.
Hey, it's Shiva.
What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Hallone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long.
Fucking...
Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Canadian, welcome, welcome. We'll be pleased to know that the repairs of Stone Vigil proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong, that the Urbanians might better themselves senseless against our shield. In the west, I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say, by the Fury, what do you seem destined to cross path with those villains? I must confess, yes, 'tis a sad truth that the All hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly without warning and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. It is not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. It is an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap you would care to question one of their recent victims? As a fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a traitor was waylaid on the road. Patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary, assuming he has regained the use of his faculties. The merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Okay. Infirmary is second floor, I think. Third floor? Third floor. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course, I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals. They were taking everything. It was that one of them noticed my clear gaze and stalked over to me. Better account my head with his mace before darkness claimed me. However, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." Dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. Tell me 'twas a miracle I survived and all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Finally, something to kill. 250 years later. I think Ramu was the last time I actually murdered anything. I mean, I know this is like the culmination of patch after patch after patch for ARR, you know, and then some of this is actually part of Heaven's Ward moving towards that, but like, yike. Ah, try your weapon. Oh, wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You come seeking heretics, then we share a common purpose. I have something in my eye. Oh. Owie. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of the raiding parties and pursued them here. You're right, so we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they're gone, vanished, like icy wraiths. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself, come to peer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best if we were to return to White Room Front and lay our suspicion down to Lord Drillmont. Okay. Yeah, we both had the same idea. Drillmont. It appears I'll give you thanks once again. This very night spared no detail in the report. The men you found out in your stow cloak were some of my finest. They should be bested so handily. I fear to have woefully underestimated the threat posed by these things. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into that which may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Harchfon of your discoveries. He wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Oh, right, yeah. Why am I doing this? Right.
Your return is most timely.
Oh.
Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment,
I got a glass of wine.
Far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Thanks, Harchiffon. Or I suspect Harchiffon. I know that I eventually have to do Snowcloak. Before I get to go into Heaven's Ward, I get to do Snowcloak. I get to do that one dungeon where you fight Midgardsman at the top. I gotta do Shiva yet. And Steps of Faith. Yeah, I think there's a fair bit left. Radiant, it's good to see you return on the toll. How fared you in the frozen waste of Coerthas? As Fortomp is to send a second shipment, I must say thanks to Lord Harchiffon for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grow in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greater power. All of us, Elfinodes, new recruits included, must remain ever vigilant against such threats.
What?
While you're away in Coerthas, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed. Though Totter does seem he is somewhat flustered. And taking the time, would you head to the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Yeah, I suppose. These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, Canadian, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered throughout Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. Recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You want to report directly back to Alphino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. Alright, cool. 8 of them? What the fuck? Christ. The company who see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. These uniforms are a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there should be a wealth of plenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. But I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Ah, new uniforms. A reminder of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Alright, cool. I don't know why I walked up that. I couldn't fly. Hilberd? I believe we met. I'm Hilberd. I have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as a captain. I know you! You cause problems later. Uniforms are a sure decision. There's no easier method of creating a common bond among us, what is essentially a band of strangers. Algermus. Scarlet garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom, and a hardy defender of Limsa Lominsa, yet in truth I stand for the betterment of the realm, and through this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh! It is a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe would certainly not lack for color. Aha.
What do we all? Oh, no.
Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life, though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit. I'm excited to forge my own path. Ah, yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Yeah, don't worry. One of you is going to fuck it up. Looking for me? Yeah, it's just giving me a whistle, but I'm not sure I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not just to worry though. Sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Wilred, how's it going? Little amigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll. It was a town that can be so alive in the midst of desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Ah. Any Bearlad gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. Ultramarine uniform. It is an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Sick! Gilbeard, you are a fucking dingus. Although I don't think you caused problems for like 2 expansions, so you're probably a pretty cool guy. I had to have a glass of wine to calm me nerves. All the stories making me itchy for combat. Yes, Canadian, Totoro mentioned you were handling out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies. As such, we are not yet an army, but there is a much smaller corps of elite warriors that you can achieve. Did I mention I'd thought of a name for the company? It is my hope that we shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea, the moment truth does near, Canadian. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. Dick. Voice cutscene? Yes. Voiced cutscene? Yes.
Your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
For the freedom of all.
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Yes, we do. Because I'm here. And I'm having less strokes than ever. It would appear all the head trauma is wearing off.
I'm eager to see
Oh,
what
wow.
the Crystal Braves might accomplish.
Another one.
This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidel's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
You know, speaking of Louisoix watching over it, can you just queue for fucking Coil of Bahamut now? I wonder if that's a thing or not. Very good. See, the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. What is this place again? I don't even remember. It's the sleeping guy from Final Fantasy XII. Just kidding. Eat the Pope? Is the Pope? Uh-oh, stinky. Very stinky. Double stinky. Eorzea defended. Alright, I have to go do their training again. As I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes have summoned them, are under constant surveillance by the Grand Company. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, we may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such a time as the permanent solution for the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Urianger is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. FNO did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely, though I doubt not that he is doing his best. I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, with singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alfino has trusted countless matters of importance to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you're able. You know, that could have been portrayed in the sentence, hey, I want to make sure the Crystal Braves are doing well, and Alfino trusts you, so could you go take care of it? They should really hire me to do the abridged for this game. I think it could do well with an abridged version of all of its cutscenes. Keep the grandiose, speeches and stuff, but when it's just that, there's no need for 5 message when 1 message will do. It's I don't know, maybe I have a caveman brain, but I really thought Alfino was going to be somewhere else. Now he's back in here, and I'm angry. That's where these blue suits come from. What is this Canadian? And to be concise, I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demand upon my time are such that I had little choice. What is not to say that my men are want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. Fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. And that being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance. Alright, Commander Ilberd. How's it going, traitorous swine?
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you?
Oh, there's no way that I don't recognize that voice from Skyrim.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Got that right. Oh, we're so unprepared for your attack of 10 men. If only there was somebody stronger than 100 men to take on this task. Who could we possibly ask other than the literal embodiment of light? I wish to slash the enemy to death. I wish to bring them to their end.
Well, well.
Oh, we're getting more and more voice cutscenes. Let's go.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears.
Well, you should believe it.
But look at you. The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it.
Holy shit!
With your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Holy. That's nuts. Roban is a fucking beast.
I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monitarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
No problem, my man. Pretty sure we'll be great friends until Stormblood. I have to kill you. Unfortunately. I need strength and mental ability training. But, we'll do this one. It'll take 18 hours. I'm guessing I can't do this. Physical and mental ability need doing. Unable to commence training. Yeah, I figured. Alright, well, I'll be back in 18 hours then. Alright, Albert, I just had some stuff to take care of. The hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scions. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levalier. Not a moment too soon, something has happened. Trouble. You recall that the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by Ivy's minions, and the Imperial contact soon after he left received word that the units been ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. I must dispatch a rescue party at once, recall all braves who are afield. Being your guardian, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you raiding this once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are now. A lane of the Fourth lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance of the Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, she will appraise you of the situation. Right. Time to teach those Garleans a lesson that they will not soon forget. Actually, they'll probably forget it immediately and it won't really impact them at all because it seems they have an absolutely infinite amount of troops. We wipe out legion after legion of the bastards and they just keep on coming. You know, there are some, like, one-player, like, RPGs where you can fly where you wouldn't be able to fly through something like that. Or, like, under or, like, through these crystals, they would just be, like, solid blocks. Ooh. You aid us in a rescue mission. We're in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now time is against us, so allow us to brief you the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away before the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh or worse, with her hurts. I fear she will not long survive their attention. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bonds that bind us are as strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. Okay. Do I have like a Crystal Braves salute? Do I get that? Do I have that? Special. Sitting on wonderful. Sit. Salute. Imperial salute. My favorite one in the entire game. What? You fiendish little bitch. How dare you bog bone me? Now you're dead. How do you feel about that? You have more pressing matters at hand. Do I? This doesn't seem like a pressing matter. These are hardly worth my concern. Chocobo, I summon you! Murder! Alright, you little fucker, get up. We're getting out of here. Where am I? Yeah, guys, I just flew over the wall. Gosh, thank the gods we found you. Oh, right, when they made this mission, you couldn't do that! So I would have had to run through the entire castrum to get here. Now to quit this cursed place, Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is ordered. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garleans will only be too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we could be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside the walls. Alright, I'll go kill some fucking Garleans. Why not? Ah. Now this feels good. Aha! You'll not catch me, fuckers! Yeah? So you think? Boom! Get fucked. I've waited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffer no further casualties. Word cannot express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission's success to Commander Leveilleux. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Can I go over this wall here? Ooh, can I sneak through there? If they program this, they're gods. Oh my god, look at that. You know what, honestly? Story may be a little wordy, but that right there makes up for any overly wordy cutscene. That was sick. The fact that they would even, like, that you'd be able to go through that. Ah, does me well to see you thus return, though I doubt not your prowess entering enemy strongholds is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to have been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission, as you wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministration, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Canadian. Thanks, brother. Allow me to thank you also, son. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, we'll see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. Whew, that was a good one. As for you, Canadian, I realize you have scarce caught your breath. I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Coerthus. I have been granted an audience with the Ishgardian dignitary you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look too surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. Influential Guardian wishes to meet the Warrior of Light, and Alphino would like nothing more than to oblige him. We've been blessed by a rare opportunity, Canadian Audience, with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Dragonhead. Considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request permission to accompany me to Coerthus. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Listen, I get it. You want to make it seem like I'm doing stuff that's, you know, a better use of my time than stabbing goblins and brave flocks. But, gotta say, I'm pretty, you know, on the side of stabbing things. That is, like, my preference. Meeting with an Unguardian ambassador. By all means, I think it's a wonderful idea. We received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity as of late. Alphino believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms. I see no reason to deny him. Very well. I will acquiesce. I will go. Antecedent, I take it Canadians and explain the situation. Yes, quite. He has. Yet welcome though those overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Guardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew! The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I have no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Isgard, situated at the center of Abelathia's spine. Ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop, members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silver-Tear Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large, and on their fields of Cartno, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. Yeah, God will do that to you. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. Explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. Don't worry, we'll get her back. Just gotta wait 2 expansions. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we've been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive as to think they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Canadian. Our old friend, Lord Harchevant, is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Yeah, I'm pretty good at making Ishgardians like me. I stab lots of stuff. Camp Dragonhead? Why, of course. Why not? Not like the teleport costs are hurting me. Ah, Canadian, ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. Would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold while enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good, Master Alphino, an honor as always. Likewise, Lord Harchefant. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense! Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Forton may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Merrick arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey, and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. If you're willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory, and he will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your heart sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. Probably. Probably a good idea. Probably best to ingratiate ourselves. I've been expecting you, sir. Pray, take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others. Thank you.
Have faith, my friend.
Ooh,
You need only
voiced
state your
cutscene.
case with confidence and clarity.
There. I'm willing to sit back and let other people talk for once. My voice is horrendous. Ooh, Sir Amaric? And whoever that lady is? We kill her eventually.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emeric. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
Yeah, I'm pretty awesome.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
Of course.
Now then.
I knocked down primals like nothing.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
I want garlic bread.
One day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emeric, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
Mayhap we shall.
What is the meaning of this? The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked.
Again?
Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Oh, we'll figure it out, boys. We'll figure it out. I think I'm off to Snowcloak soon, which would actually be a nice change of pace, because I haven't done a dungeon in literal hours. Recent developments have given Alphinaud much to consider. Just when we were starting to make progress. To make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, we're so inclined. I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak to Lord Haurchefant and find out what he has learned. You know, I used to make fun of these guys. I used to make fun of this entire story, and I actually feel kind of bad because this is like sort of good. I really hate the Monitorists, but that's good. It's good that I hate the Monitorists. You know what I mean? Like, if I didn't hate the Monitorists, they wouldn't have done a good job writing the story. The fact that I want to hang them is a good thing. You'd be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Borders Down. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they'd appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge of which only a select few are privy, I presume. Right, we can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Haurchefant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths. Canadian, why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Alright, well, I doubt I'm actually going to have to do much then. I'm probably just going to have to talk to people who tell me what they know, because they're better in this than I am. Better at this than I am. And we'll continue on our way. My question is, can I fly over these big mountains? I highly friggin' doubt it. maybe not those giant ones, but I perhaps could probably fly over here. Mm-hmm. Very good, very good. What is this? Some sort of ship? Looks broken. Looks like metal, not anything else. It seems like it was an airship that was brought down into the mountains. Probably during the calamity, I imagine. Anyway, I should probably start heading directly downwards because that's where everything is. Move along, adventurer. There is nothing for... Lord Harchefont, bid you speak with us? Then you must be... beg your pardon, Scion. As you can say, the left narrator crate behind, tipped the wagon for good measure even. All them things a bit odd if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it, although the damn sight harder to conceal it out loud. Reckoning they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own, hidden away off, but I pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis not but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual, that is if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. Ooh, rough. Fucking guy almost died, man. give him a fucking break, dude. Christ. I always like to put games in like worldly terms. Like what would I do in the situation, you know? And like obviously my answer is like run away like a scared little bitch. So anybody who's like willing to fight until the point where they fucking pass out, like that's more than I could muster. That's a brave man if you ask me. To ask about the attack, haven't you? Well, we came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as lost and ill-equipped for the journey further north. Our leader called out to them and one step forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same. Else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I could hear, and then she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek. Then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I don't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. Then there was red everywhere. I looked, I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. Couldn't, I mean, they'd have killed me, so laid still and listened. My sort's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and spoke of Shiva. Ah. Must... course. Learned of Shiva. Honestly, that's exactly what I would do. That is a very realistic account of what would happen if I took a blow to the head and then woke up a short time later. Although, to be fair, if you take a hit to the head and you're knocked unconscious, you are in a fucking bad state. Like, it is not like it's portrayed in video games or movies or whatever. If you take a hit to the head and you're knocked unconscious, you're in trouble and you probably need to go to the hospital, which is why that guy's fucked right up. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? Like, you know, you see it in, like, fights. Like, people get KO'd, like in, like, UFC or whatever. They get knocked out, they go a little fucky for a minute, and then they're, like, back up within, like, 10 seconds. They're not ready to fight or anything within 10 seconds, but they regain consciousness within 10 seconds. So I imagine that guy took a blow to the head, he got knocked silly, the guy thought he was dead because he went limp, fucking onto the ground, and then he moved on to the next guy to kill him. And then that guy woke up a few seconds later and had the good sense to stay on the ground. Anyway, I'm missing dialogue because I'm talking about biology, but anyway. No, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scriptures so well. Particularly when it concerns the patron saint of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Harchefont, what is the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. You not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva. As a beast tribe, would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Harchefont, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern. Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphino. Lions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Support is a given. I'll need to send word to my brethren in Revenant Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. Jake! Whatever he's eating. He doesn't want garlic bread. I want garlic. Oh, we tied the the heretic across his Alphino. It's a description on that last one. Alright. Alright. Persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks. Of course, now they have my undivided attention. After appraising and failure of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Canadian, pray join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts of the region. It is my hope that they have informed of information which may help us determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. Yes, I will show up. At least I should show up, probably. God, this is so much faster with flying mounts. I know I've said that like 17 times during this, but it is legitimately so much faster to get around. Speak with Dromont. Okay, so it is faster to go in through the roof when you speak with Dromont. I have found that personally. Because you can just jump off this, fall right down, talk to Drillmont. I don't know if it's necessarily faster to go out through the roof, but flying has definitely changed the route, which you would use in a speedrun scenario of this were I doing that. Which, honestly, has crossed my mind. I know that there's currently a crazy person doing a speedrun of Final Fantasy XIV. But, like, I don't really know how they would go about that. We're all ears, Lord Drillmont. I'm assuming they would have to have people. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squires who survived the attack. Last scouts have lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions will all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough, my knights will join the hunt. Okay. Cool. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Amaric. And so begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will elude the combined force of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Will not elude. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretics' lair. Mayhap Lord Drillmont has one in mind. Okay. Ah, yes, we get to see the Snowcloak for a moment. Is this voiced by chance? My guess is no. You look awfully similar to the other guy with a different hair color. Yes, yes, excellent. Oh. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak and it shall be done. How many pieces of, like, Allegan whatever do I have? 90 pieces of Allegan silver. Almost 100, which would be 50,000 gil. Along with the 2,500s, we might have enough, as well as bronze. Enough for what? Just enough to be, like, worth selling. Enough going out of your way for. But I think I'll just keep racking them up. Only the naive place all their hope in the success of a single solution, and Lord Drillmont is anything but. It seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. I want you to know that that sound that you just made, that hiccup, whatever it was, just played through my stream stuff. Because I was definitely looking at it at the time, and my mic peaked right when you did that, which is absolutely perfect. I was trying to get your attention earlier, but you seemed rather engaged in what you were doing. But I think I just heard you go get food. I was gonna say I want garlic bread. I'm gonna order pizza. But I feel like... Yeah, you're going to bed soon. That's what I figured. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to doing whatever it was I was supposed to be doing on my stream. It seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I'd like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but I could yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you've forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume. Well, we have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as of the question of what steps we might take to prevent a similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whiterun Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. This man has pledged himself to Eitzhardt's cause. He will have taken note of the movement of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean Tremont in the yard. Have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. And thus we wait. All the stuff. Follow this boy. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. Okay. The suspected heretic heads south. Okay. Da, 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 da. Ah, it ended. I love that music. Legitimately love that music. Take a look, shall we? Hey, where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have my duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... bloody echo. Lower your voice, or they'll hear us in White Brim Front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights are... mumble mumble. In Snowcloak. This is what you bring me? We already knew about mumble mumble. Our comrades in Boulder Downs, we used the tunnels, mumble mumble. Dead before they know what's happening, nonetheless. Waste my time again, is that clear? You know, that right there is a perfect example. One of the things that I've wanted to do for a long time, because I actually have a massive interest in, like, SCPs and the like. One of the main downsides to doing an SCP reading, like if I were to start at SCP-1 and try and work my way to SCP-4000 where they end, or 5000 where they end, the redacted sections of the document, how the hell do you read that? Do you just say redacted? Or do you, like, bleep it out? That would require quite a bit of editing, but, like, it's definitely, like... It's definitely, like, an issue with doing something like that, and I don't know if, like, those are, like, copyrighted things, if there's issues with, like, stuff like that. I don't know, I'd have to look into it, but... I've been wanting to do that on my YouTube for quite a while, is just do, like, SCP readings, because I think they're super interesting and super, like, cool, but... And then, like, for the image, because it'd be mostly an audio thing, for the image, if they have any images attached to the SCPs, you could put those on the screen. It's rather unsettling, some of them. Yeah, anyway, continue with this. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem that the heretics are aware of our operation and confident that they can thwart it. Our comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. Alright, cool. I'm willing to put them to the sword. That sounds like fun. The allied forces at Snowcloak are in danger, and Lord Drillmount would have you assist him in ensuring their safety. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the Highlands undetected. Given what you've overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unaware. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once, but knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease to know... It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. Halone is kind, which honestly, I cannot get over the fact that that is pronounced Halone. I heard it in a cutscene. It hurts me. I feel like Halone is like such a stronger name for a god. But Halone is how they went with it. Is kind. We may catch these heretics before their plan comes to fruition. Show them no mercy, Canadian. The lives of our allies are at stake. Alright. Rendezvous with the House Durandare Knights. Do I have to go over a mountain? Yes, quite over a mountain. Sure hope I'm allowed to go over the mountain. It would seem that I am. I can go no higher than this, but I need not go higher than this. Oh god. Reading too much Final Fantasy speak has turned me into a pretentious asshole. Why am I talking like this? Help me. Uh-oh! SpaghettiOs, they're dead. Man, I'm so glad that I'm a fucking samurai doing this instead of a paladin. Because honestly, the XP is shit. This just makes the combat faster. Nah, fuck it. One of these. One of these. And one of those. Alright. Search the heretic's effects. Okay. Take the parchment to Lord Drillmont. My knights sent no word of your coming, Canadian. What has happened? What is that in your hand? Sorry, Drillmont. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. Now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, we've not the men to spare, not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics he dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they're on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before we aroused our suspicions. Would that we'd caught him sooner. This information, the heretics could know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now. The heretics may already be in position. Osterender must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Seems like without me there, we're doomed to lose. Lord Drillmont recognizes that the situation in Snowcloak is coming to a head, and that a decisive action must be taken. Time is of the essence, Canadian. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unaware. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they're cut down ere their swords are drawn, but all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we have discovered. I will do just that, Sir Drillmont. Ooh, do I get to do Snowcloak? Is anybody online that wants to do Snowcloak with me? Let's see. Any chance you wanna do a snow? Oops, I ran into the wall. My bad. Sir Aymeric, you live. And his weapon surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we've yet to uncover any hidden. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspect that the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Levayu been informed? Braves must be made aware. The only person, like, technically online in my FC might be sleeping, so there is a very real chance that I will have nobody and might have to wait in a queue, but I could just switch back to tank. That could avail me. I'll check what the time is on the dungeon. It's gonna be ridiculous. Since I don't really have any side content to do, I'm maxed out in the Immortal Flames or whatever, I'll probably just... It is a pity to discover this comes when our enemy has such disadvantage. For one, though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it, this is all wrong. Isart has us scrabbling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her. Stop this damnable summoning. There she is! Come here, girl. Oh, nice work, Ada. Give him the old punch. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? On my pride, Ada. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Levayu. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we've secured the entrances to half-dozen tunnels, responding to the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Ha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Alfino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. Cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is awaiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling their forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our allies would become an obstacle to escape. A change of plan. While we rendezvous with Sir Aymeric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. Find our Sarge at the end of it. Do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. Just you call upon your allies. Not too many, or Papolimo will sulk. Alright, small party then. No 24-man snow cloak for me, I suppose. Entrance to the tunnel, sir? It's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per se Americ's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Snow cloak is now accessible. Excellent. Quite the endeavor. Let's go. No cloak. I do not want the striking tree hard, actually. You know, I'm actually like several points past that. 9 minutes? 9 minutes isn't bad. You know, we could find something to do. You know, what's something that I don't know if anybody's like actually watching or if it's just my stream that is causing me to have viewers. If anybody is watching, what should I do to outwait this time? Because we're done our hunting log, we're done everything else. I could unlock some crafters or gatherers, I could do that, yeah. Some other classes. Do some fates on other classes. You know, that's not actually a bad idea. Unlocking some other classes. Maybe a healer wouldn't go amiss. How do I do that? Let's see. Classes and jobs. Yeah, Paladin, Samurai. I don't have a healer. Maybe a Conjurer? Yeah, you know, I'm most comfortable with that. Bredania. Okay, but I'll be honest, I have no interest in the Conjurer story, because I kind of remember it. You're like a mentor to a girl. With brother Isumiyan. Oh, I have to answer a question during this cutscene. See, I had an issue with this as well. When I was playing through, I used to complain about this a lot, but like, at some point in this cutscene, they're going to ask me to make a choice of dialogue that doesn't fucking matter. Do you vow to embrace nature? Yeah, sure. Like, obviously I have to do that or I can't fucking join. Like, if I say no, it's just gonna kill the cutscene and I'm gonna have to do it again and say yes anyway. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it bothers, but like, whatever. Anyway, I'll do this, Weathered Cane, put on all this gear, because why not? And then we'll go to, like, fucking Summerford Farms, I think is an appropriate level. That's the one I remember. I don't actually remember what the one for... I think it might actually be North Shroud. Maybe that's... Oh, hold on. Let's do White Mage. Yes. Oh, Conjurer, you fucking bitch. Pose doesn't exist. Cure, Arrow, Medica. I'm sure that I have Medica 2, Medica. Raise can be Control 1. Arrow, there's 2 arrows because there used to be like an arrow 1 and 2 and whatever, but there isn't anymore. Cure 2 can go here. Fluid Aura, that's still a skill? Crazy. Shift 7, that's fine. I'll do that, that's fine. Roll, trait. Orders, general. We're gonna do sprint on this one. Mount on this one. And then I guess we'll look for a fate. I mean, this is what, level 5? That's close enough. I don't even have heal! That's gonna be a yikes. I actually don't think I can take on, like, 3 level 5 Tiny Mandragoras. Oh, definitely 120%. Absolutely not. I don't even think I can take on this one. Woo! That was close. Do I have a hunting log for these guys? Conjurer hunting log? Central Shroud, North Shroud, Central Shroud, North Shroud, Central Shroud. Okay, like a shit tonner in Central Shroud, okay. Let's just go to Central Shroud for 2 reasons. 1, hunting log is super good early game for getting a couple things figured out. 2, the fates there are most certainly going to be of our level. Where's the place that connects to Gridania? Over there. Okay, so that's gotta be our place. Also, we got our Snowcloak queue. I'm gonna switch back to that. Sick, that didn't actually take nearly as long as I thought. I thought we'd be like 15-20 minutes, maybe. I guess it said less than 9 minutes, but I tend not to believe that shit, because whatever. But also, the music here is fucking key, nice and peaceful. But the battle theme is wicked. And I actually really, like I don't really have a whole lot of, like, thoughts on this dungeon. It's kind of mediocre, but the final boss is cool. I like how it shows me as, like, the main guy, but the tank? I feel like the tank, no matter what, should be at the front for everybody. Whoa! Right, I forgot about the random AoEs in there. One of these mobs, by the way, is giving as much experience as a quest story. Like, mission. This white mage casting Oli is a fucking boss, quite honestly. I wonder what made them fall on, like, Minecraft music. Is like, what they should do for this. Put up the old dot. Midare Setsugeka! And then we're gonna follow it with a Mikyo Shisui. Get all of our shit back up. Followed by another Midare Setsugeka! There we go, easy. And then probably after this one, we'll put up one of our buffs. Actually, never mind, it's dead. That's it. That's the end of the game, right there. We'll greed this gear for seals, although I don't think we actually need it. We can make a little money off of seals, though, so we might keep doing that. Oh, we have 2 samurais here. Let's go. That is a high fucking damage party. Come on, make sure we see only has 10 seconds. 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Go, 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 go. Come on. Come on. Ah! My bad. But Midare Setsugeka waits for no man. I did the wrong one. Now I'm gonna lose Shifu. That's a big rip. Every time your buffs go down, unless this guy knows how to pull these, it's not gonna do us any good to pull this bit. Because we literally can't AoE. I'll just start AoEing with Bird. That way I can at least like get these other ones way over here. Alright, and then we can put up our damage buff next, which is good. And then another Midare Setsugeka, kaboom! Both of the samurais hit that at the same time. That thing didn't stand a fucking chance. Oh, we have so much damage in this party, holy hell. Come on, guys, I rolled a 12. Get back on stage. It's fair. The crowd is asking for an encore. I love macros like that. I actually think they're so cool. The fact that people even bother to do that shit is beyond me, but... I don't have to play data mode! Oh right, we don't kill the little Spriggans because they turn into balls. Then we should use this. Do that. One of these. These. Do one of those. The one with the most is Shifu. So we do that. And then we go back to getting our buffs up. Ooh, big direct crit. Let's go. Alright, that's a big one. Nice. Alright, we got... Uh-oh. Not good. Actually, I don't think it matters. Now, the whole point of this fight is to get... Nice. That guy got it real good. There we go. Not interested. Whatever. I'll need that. Yeah, the glacial sprites will disappear after they do their AoE. The bombs, unfortunately, will not. I'm going to deal with a crocodile. I really like the music here. It really puts me at ease. Yeah, this Brigands is walking around. The reason for that is because we didn't, like, aggro him at the time of him spawning, so he was just like, fuck it, I'll take a look around, you know, whatever. The Snowclops. Ah! I wasn't looking. Man, that is such a joke. Before, people used to have to fight for that. Like, I'd mark these before we pulled to do Dragon's Blood. Like before they started their cast of Dragon's Blood. Because they turn into another one of these with the Strident Scream. And they used to do enough damage that they would fucking, like, interrupt your casts as, like, a Black Mage or a Summoner. So if you had any casters in the party, it was really, really nice to kill those before they actually turned Finger of the Apostate. Ah, this guy knows. Do I do my shameless self-promotion now? Or later? Or never? I don't know. I have gotten like 2 followers. Oh, so Fenrir's cool. I'll do it now. Oh! I got fucked. I was reading their message. Oh, I got excited at the thought of a prospective follower and I got fucking destroyed. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, I made a mistake! Yikes. Ow! I'm gonna die again! I have double weakness, I'm so useless. Oof, that was rough. That was big rough. Oh, that's an oof. Holy, can't believe I died to Fenrir twice in a row. Oh god. Oh, you know what? I don't know. Is this why this guy's staying? I mean, you can have it. I don't want it. Why you die for this? Why for though? Honestly, I was just. You said you were gonna come and you're gonna join. Somebody was gonna come and join. I don't know if it's you. And I was like, I'm gonna get a follower today. I was so excited, and in my excitement, I missed it.
And you know who I am.
I missed the AOE. I was reading chat. It's my bad.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
As you can see, I'm not that big of a streamer yet. So any follower is big.
You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not.
I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man.
Oh.
No matter the cost.
Oh, is that the sound of a follow? Oh my goodness, thank you. See, I even have cute bears. Canadian bear man, cute bears when you follow. It plays out.
For the greater good. For Eorzea.
Oh, I got you, fam. Says Mikey freaking V. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the follow. Dude, I use those bear gifts way too often. Honestly, they're very common. They're very common. But, you know, I felt they would fit perfectly with my aesthetic. Oh, and away she goes. I mean, you gave me the player comm, so I give you the fall. Honestly. It's a fair trade, Anytime you want player comm, I got your back. I got your back, brother. That took longer than I expected. What news, Canadian? Managed to escape is regrettable. From your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhaps they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too, 12 we praise. Canadian, we might turn the situation to our advantage. Crystal Braves would certainly share the... Oh, wait, I already read that. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Cylons have not been idle. Minfilia and Orianger have been busy perusing the archives of Fort Fortin, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back through to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Alright, well, let's hope it's a voice cutscene because my voice does not give credence to these characters. Voice, come on! Ah, fuck! Antecedent you come to us straight from the archives of House Fortin. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Would that it had. Orianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Asgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, a blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortin. Yeah, this is fucking furry shit, my guy. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods, however. However, it wasn't there, but I added it, you know, for taste. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. All the sappers confirm that a tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. Oh, Alexei's gonna do some shit. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Unless you misunderstood, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. Merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will. that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the life of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. It was a different time, nay, a different era, and the scriptures tell us only so much. This is a very smart man. I see why people like Sir Emeric, actually. Would that it told us more. Ah, this is so much more interesting than I gave it credit for. The man was awfully pragmatic for a servant of the gods. I welcome trait after the negotiating table, to be sure, and less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogomog XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mughals Guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their belief. If that is not placing one faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Menphilia, they have them both in abundance. Ooh, Crystal Brave Dude. I'm really glad I learned what the blue uniform meant, or else I'd be really confused right now. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of this second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume that she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlian may be able to assist us. I pray that you're right. I do not think how long it would take us to survey that entire tunnel system. Oh, I really hope the next cutscene is voiced. I really do not do them justice. The early voice acting in the game was a little, but I have it set to Dark Souls instead of Final Fantasy? What? I swear I changed that. If I didn't, then this is a grave error. Oh, this is a grave error. I've made a mistake. Final Fantasy XIV Online, done. There, it's switched. Thank you very much for that. This is the problem of having really nobody to look at the stream. Don't worry, I've done the same thing before. Well, that's good. That's good to know I'm not alone in this. Let's see. Messages. Okay, how do I... You've done the same thing. I assume you're also a streamer. And I would more than welcome, more than happily, give you a follow. You took time out of your day to come over and give me one, so the least I could do is give you a follow. Ooh, but I have cutscene going. When the task is complete, come and find us at the Observatorium. Captain Milbaird and I are meeting there to discuss the latest. The Temple Knights should hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. Okay. Let me...
do you guys have space?
Oh, okay. That was not the correct copy. I need to copy just your name, not that name.
Hello.
846 followers. Jeez. That is quite a lot larger than my following. I congratulate you, sir. You must have put in some very, very serious work to have gotten that much of a following. I will gladly be one among them. Like that 847. Alright. Speak to this guy, we'll figure out what we're doing next. There you are, Canadian. Commander Levailleur instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome. Believe me, most of the Third hail from Ul'dah. For the man accustomed to the feel of the sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danifan Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Of course, you Hase. Well, that's good. We got another follower today, and even one is an amazing leap, amazing bound in the right direction.
Stop shooting.
That balls. My ankle was on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danifan Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. You aren't sure where to go? Look for tracks. Snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Where is Danifan Pass? It is over here. Alright, I have to go back to my stream viewing window. Map. Alright, right there, okay. Just over this hill, down here a little bit, and that's the destination. Perfect! Fresh prints. Take a look at that. Tracks lead southeast. Cool. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scale beast and Yase, I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so did we. There's a trap! Ahaha! Sodding bluecoats. They already have a slur for us? Already? They have a slur? Really? That's crazy to me. Chocobo, I summon you! Let's go! Alright, auto attack them to death. Easy money. Hase. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and I got a knife in the gut for its troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium, give the signal and wait. The merchant will be waiting, be late, and be left for dead. Speak for myself. It speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding area. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Alright, Yu Yahase. We will. We'll see our way over there. Also, hello to the viewer who seems to have joined. Appreciate your interest. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. Through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. Oh, the woods are calling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Uh-oh, boys, I found you. Good. Well, stay with him then, if you think he'll fare any better. Oh, uh-oh, we got you. Now then, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks, where blood must not be shed. Your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. I don't know, boys. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We'll have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation.
Good, stop.
Damn it all.
Perfect.
Uh-oh. Not so sneaky. Fancy meeting you here, Canadian. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither. What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who had been conspiring with them. Came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alfino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I won't accompany you until the investigation is complete. You know, I wonder if that's a Taken reference. They've made some very interesting references in the story so far. I wonder if that is another one. Thank you, though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far and shall always be watching. Comforting thought. Come, Canadian, let us wait inside for Captain Elbaird to return and deliver his report. Alright. Captain Elbaird seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. And the gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Alright, Alfie. No. I was eager to hear Elbaird's report on the Ivy. Oh, Elbaird's coming back. You know, they're fooling me because they're making me rely on Elbaird. I know what happens, okay? I know what happens. I don't want to spoil it, but I know what's coming. Fuck you. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught of what we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We've ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You recall the flame we first identified as being the Ivy's employ. From him we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary steps of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement, needless to say that included in those originating from House Forton. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouraging, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, this is one mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prying off his mask? Here so we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. Ooh, the plot thickens. You're concerned, then, that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them. The field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Raubon's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. Slip into a position of authority unremarked, and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was suspected. I was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Ul'dah was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. But Limsa and Gradonia had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, was the same people, loyal ones, mind, and under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Law's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raubon faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of his founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, public and the private, though the Monitorists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding. It was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail Van Darnus's ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raubon with an army. It is but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Turning to the present, even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Ooh, very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest, and the third join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner as the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. Send word to Sir Aymeric informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. Commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested, and I would have you accompany me, Canadian, as the realm's stoutest champion. It is only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Cool, I'm glad I have Minfilia's permission to do whatever I will. Okay. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to our sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Amphilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternative route. Until such a time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nafika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Sweet. Ugh. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. And quite honestly, don't really want to stop. Kind of enjoying how the story's been going. Once we're out of Ulda and away from the monetarists and their schemes, I'm a lot more at ease. They did such a good job of making me hate the monetarists that I just want to avoid Ulda for the time being, but I know we're going to have to deal with it and deal with the plot that sends us to Ishgard soon. And I'm actually excited to see how that plays out, because, as I've said many times during this series, I have absolutely no idea, because I skipped every cutscene and piece of dialogue that I could. I need to go to the Conjurer's Guild, and that's what his altar is. But, oof, oh my goodness. I just want to keep going. My thanks for coming, Canadian. When you're ready, speak with the Conjurer yonder, and she will show us to the Lotus Stand. Well, let's get there. Please! Voiced cutscene. I'm sick of hearing my own voice, and I'm sure everyone who watches this is at this point, too. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now? Yes! Come on, this sounds important. You gotta give me a voice cutscene for this, right? Come on, they had to have paid Connie Senna's voice actor enough that this is a voice cutscene.
Change has
Yes!
come to the
Okay,
Guardian
I'm muting.
Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
Nah, come on, my voice isn't that nice. Come on, you can't enjoy this.
The all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Listen, if you want more of me, just listen to Raubon. That's who I aspire to emulate, if I'm being completely honest.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
They had a whole war about this, eh?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
Oh, I can hear my roommate in the background now. I'm gonna mute again.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
Oh, Raubon.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
That will definitely play a deciding role in them becoming a unified force and all donning our blue outfits.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Oof. Another follower? Oh my goodness. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Another follower, we get to see the cute bears. Let's go. We're on a roll. I'm on the fast track to 50, boys. Let's go. Well, we got like 40 something now, 47, I think. With you guys all in tow. I can't see. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Let's see what Alphino's saying here. Now that I've changed it to actual Final Fantasy and this isn't labeled as a Dark Souls stream, we might see some Final Fantasy fans rolling in. Oh, that's embarrassing. 8 hours, or 7 hours, roughly, of saying this is a Dark Souls stream. Rough. But, you know, I'll continue that Dark Souls run, that Dark Souls run eventually, but it is not right now. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Laminsans, for instance. Though Admiral Merylwib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. I mean, I know Snowcloak was hard, but I don't know if it was Dark Souls hard. Yeah, okay, my last Dark Souls like run. I'm doing a challenge run, which is like the gun game Dark Souls mod from an eon ago. That isn't actually for the new one. But every time you get hit, your weapons and armor get downgraded, and every time you hit an enemy, you gain XP towards a next level that upgrades your gear. I spent like 6 hours banging my head against Ornstein and Smo to no avail. But I did eventually beat them, and now I just have to do the 4 lords, which honestly, the only one I'm worried about is Nito, because he's the only one with ads that can hit you out of nowhere. Quite honestly, I'm very confident I can dodge the attacks of the other ones. I'm not even that worried about, like, oh, what's his name? The Abyss Walker. Oh, why can't I remember his name? That bugs the shit out of me now. Artorias. Artorias, yeah. I'm not even that worried about Artorias or Manus, but, like, straight up, the most worried I am is about Nito and his run. Because he has the little skeletons that can hit you, and those will downgrade me and downgrade my weapons, because it only takes one hit to, like, downgrade your weapons and armor. But anyways, enough about that. I'll be streaming that later. That might be a weekend stream or something. But, yeah. And likewise, the Gridonians are mocked as hermits who talk to the trees, and the Uldans scorn as swindlers who worship coin, which isn't, you know, that's kind of fair. That sounds not fun times. It honestly, I enjoy the challenge runs that I do for Dark Souls. I'm definitely going to be doing quite a bit of them. The one I'm most looking forward to streaming is like the Pokemon Dark Souls 3 mod. You can like capture the enemies of Dark Souls 3 and use them as Pokemon as you're like moving through the world, but you don't do any damage. Just your summons do. So you have to have like a good crew of picked summons for each boss and know what like their weaknesses are. So like Vort does like strike damage. So you don't want to have any enemies that are like super weak to strike damage. So nobody in heavy armor or anything like that. You know, you gotta have all that stuff. It's really cool. It's really cool. Oh, another follower. Oh my goodness. My goodness, that is quite... That's 3. I don't know if I've had any in the last, like, 3 days or 3 streams or whatever. So 3 in a day, that's quite good. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the cute bears. It's been an hour. Oh, goodness. But yeah, no, the Pokemon one... It's really good. I've beat it before, but it's interesting enough to watch that I want to stream it again. You know? Not stream it again. I didn't stream the first run of it, but I am going to stream the second run of it. But, anyway, back to what Alpha was saying. Please give them shit for letting you die. Was this the healer in that run? I'm sorry for being trash. No, I got hit by like 7 AoEs. That was by no means their fault. Sorry, I had a terrible tank. Ah, so that's who you knew who I gave the comm to. That was a group of friends. Oi, what? I'm a great tank. I'm terrible. You know, honestly, I'm glad that I switched to Samurai, because because normally I run as a Paladin, so if I hadn't switched, I wouldn't have met you. Thank you very much for your follows. I very much appreciate that. That means quite a bit to me. Thank you so much. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take the Pillar of Uldan Society, Teleji et Eleji, for example. But that is besides the point. The fact is, people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. I'm a Nin main. I'm actually trash tank, lol. And see, like, I don't really have a main. I'm gonna wait till I'm out of this cutscene. I'm just gonna finish this real quick, and then I'll, you know, go get to what chat's saying. But not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds. Okay, I already read that. On the basis, one could argue that conflict at Cartano is necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing, let us speak of more pressing matters. The Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbaird has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deemed the most likely candidate of lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Canadian. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbaird near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Querthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Very well. I'm a nin main, I'm actually trash at tank. Yeah, but like, I don't really have a main, but like the last time I played Final Fantasy seriously, I was a samurai. And I was the main samurai for our guild's raid, which is meticulous, as you can see here. I've joined them again because I'm in a Discord with them. They're a bunch of real life friends, people that have meant quite a lot to me over the years. So, I'm always joining their stuff. But yeah, I quit because I was busy with real life stuff and wanted to do other things and whatnot. But Samurai was my muse for quite a long time, and then with the latest expansion came Tsubame Gaishi, which lets you duplicate your Aijutsu, but it inevitably led to needing to do a filler combo, and I never quite got good at that. I was a huge fan of how it was just kind of a priority system with Samurai. You kind of just did stuff as it came up. But with this new filler combo, you can actually get a proper rotation in so long as you know your skill speed tier and, doing all your stuff for high level rating. And eventually it just led to me losing interest in it just because I like the priority system for classes a lot better than I like an actual rotation because I can't keep numbers in my head very well. And it was just a lot easier for me to say, okay, I know that, as you can see, I have this bar here in the middle of my screen to remind me about what things are coming off cooldown or things that, whatever, but, so long as I can see one of those is coming off cooldown, I can just do it and then move on to the next thing that's most important. But with the new filler combo, I was getting a little confused. I used to be pretty okay at Samurai. I don't like to toot my own horn or anything, but I was okay at it. But yeah, no, this latest expansion. I'm hoping in the next expansion, which is coming up soon, which is why I've taken an interest in it. They kind of fix those issues, especially since a lot of samurais are complaining about it, and they get rid of that need for that filler combo, whether that be, shortening Meikyo Shisui, shortening Tsubame Gaishi, making Tsubame Gaishi mirror the last Aijutsu that you did, for longer without you doing other abilities, breaking the combo and not letting you do it. There's a lot of things they could do. I'm really excited for the new expansion. I hope they fix it. If not, there's a couple other classes I got my eye on. I fell in love with Black Mage again. But anyway, this is pretty much just me, talking too much, so I'm going to continue with the story here. Well, thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Unmasked? Sounds like we have a person. We're just convinced that he has discovered the Ivy's identity, is prepared to move against the Garlean spy. Listen well. The spy we've been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Aline Royale, Raubon's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm has to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Raubon chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. Monitorists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that he did not favor foreigners, his guardians especially. All the way... After the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the Monitoress did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royal was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the Monitoress? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Our foremost interest is Royale's presence here now. You may be aware it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General, while Rob Brown attended to the Council of Alliance leaders. She should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless on some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Good work, Ilberd. Gonna be a shame in one expansion. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trailing the Flames records for evidence of Royale's guilt, but if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Now I rely upon your eyes, Scion. Of course. Why not? I'm pretty much a slave to follow the story as it unfolds, so let's go. You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. And there Elbert goes. Yeah, I knew the next objective was going to be to speak to Elbert, because if it's not someone that you're supposed to speak to, I learned this because I rushed the story and I clicked as fast as I could and skipped every cutscene. If the next person you're going to talk to is the same person you're talking to now, they'll keep that symbol above their head. But if they're walking away and the symbol goes away, that means that you have to talk to somebody else for the story. It's a stupid thing to know, but cutscene skippers, unite here. This is the first time I'm watching the story, so... Royale's head in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate with me, Scion. Blue Badger Gate. Alright, let's hit it. Okay, maybe the airship dock then, if they're going over here. So, Royale has entered the Caroline Canopy. Meeting someone perchance, or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Emmy is her name. I shall remain here in case Royale reappears. Okay, so I don't see her on the main level. My assumption is that she went down below. Okay. I fucked that up. Can I cancel it? I can't cancel this. Okay, well, we'll have to go on without that bit of dialogue. A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Okay, so that's not the person. Assuming she snuck out and I went in. Where to be seen, you say? Sure she did not board an airship. She did not come back out either. Where in the seven hells should she have gone? The roost! How could I have forgotten? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntoy tonic? A cup of the day imbues a man with the great vigor. Take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. Hell yeah! Let's go, Yugiri! Fucking training people to be sick as hell? Let's fucking go. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from where... I should really turn off that auto because it doesn't do anything for me. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were not for their unique talents, Royale would have disappeared without a trace. Oh, we're about to get this bitch. We're gonna get her so good. I hope. Norbert is eager to resume the pursuit of Aline Royale. Our hunt leads us to the Eastern Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Royale's example and take the ferry to West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them. I will go ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweetbloom Pier. Alright, let's get her done. Sweetbloom Pier... I feel like that's got to have an aetheryte near it. Doesn't? Well, we'll go to the Hawthorne Hut then. Ongredania? Oh, technically I could leave from there, but I already teleported, and I knew that I couldn't cancel it fast enough. Oh, we will fly there. Why not? You know, I bet I did the same thing when I skipped the story, because there's no way I would have read that I could go there from Sweetbloom. 100% guaranteed. Or West Pier, whatever it was called. This way, my friends. This is what I'm talking about. I bet that guy who's speedrunning, because I feel like this would have been faster than going up to that pier, because that pier is away from any aetherytes, and I feel like talking to that person and not going that way would be a time loss. A speedrun mapping of this game would be a fucking nightmare. You know, like, it's already a nightmare to map a game that only takes like a half hour to speedrun, like Dark Souls, for instance. But speedrunning something that takes 70 to like 150 plus hours to do would be an absolute fucking nightmare. Every time save, like, imagine the things that you would forget as you're running. It would be an absolute nightmare. And Corey makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Rilla is truly the one we speak, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. Cool. An explanation is ordered. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. While our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with the devices which disrupt these communications, and we've installed them around the city-states. In doing so, we've made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royale would thusly have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contacts directly. Yet as well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason I believe that she's chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elizan are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not likely to turn any heads. Alright, that makes sense. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our Shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. Yagiri, you were so fucking awesome. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne Hut, catch a whale in the act. Royale? I'm trying to remember what my French teacher taught me and how to pronounce French. So Royale, the way the letters at the end of French that you don't pronounce, the way she explained it was remember it by saying the phrase sextd. All right, sextd. Any letter that is td, xes, none of those are said at the end of a word ever. There are some exceptions to this. In the sense that there are extra letters that you take off of French words, but all of those ones will always be omitted. So, for her last name, because she's this guardian and a lot of those are French in nature, I think you just take off the E. So you'd say Roel, like that, whereas you'd like take the E off, but you wouldn't take any of the L's or anything. So really it's pronounced the same as you would in English. You know, not that anybody was looking for an explanation, but there it is. There are people that report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. The ivy returns to the gnarls whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My country and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friend. I gotta sly out. Have a great rest of your stream, dude. Thank you very much, Mikey freaking V. I hope that somebody watches my VODs and inevitably subscribes to you, because you deserve more than the one follow that I can give you for it. Thanks again for getting you and your buddies to sign up for it, and I hope you have a fantastic night. Oh, I overshot it. You too, almost at 50. Let's go. Honestly, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get 50. That's one of the things I need. I need an average of 3 viewers, and I need 50 followers, and I can become... I think it's an affiliate. I think affiliate is it. Not partner, affiliate, but, you know, if I can get affiliate, that's cool. That's the next step, you know? Yeah, it'll take a lot of work, a lot of streams, but, yeah. Thank you very much for your, participation in that. I won't forget it. I'll be sure to shout you out as much as I can. Emotes and subs, let's go! Honestly, I'm so excited. I already got 2 people. 2 of my closest friends, admittedly, not randoms that have joined the stream, but 2 of my closest friends who said, you know, once I unlock the ability for subs, they'll give me the minimum sub or whatever. And you know, that's kind of exciting. I'm actually really that's really cool, you know. But yeah, you have yourself a good night, and hopefully I'll see you around. Honestly, I've always said I am blessed with amazing friends. Just beyond Royal is in conversation with an individual clad in a manner as an adventurer and imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it with me. Hell yeah, I'll dive back in soon to see how it's all going. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, I wish you luck. You know, if you ever need anything, you ever need help with runs, you need a good samurai, I got your back. You feel free to send me a message whenever you need. I'll drop what I'm doing. I'll jump right in. Okay, actually going now, I swear. Okay, sounds good. Have a good night. This is it with me. Alright, Ilberd, let's get it going. Flame Marshal Aline Roel, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You're followed, you bloody fool. Uh-oh. Damnation. Ooh, we're about to get ya. Oh, I wouldn't recommend drawing a weapon on these guys. Oh, they don't like Imperials much. You are unarmed, my lady. Scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? Unless I looked, there was no crime, and neither was conversing with a passing stranger. Ah, you would feign ignorance, then. Very well. You do think of something to say. There will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. Let's go. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Ooh, you are so fucked. Ah, I'm so interested to see what happens. I can't stop. It's been almost 10 hours. I've been streaming for almost 10 hours. It is 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 35 seconds. Let's keep going, I suppose, until I get bored of it. Even a warrior of Ruel's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap that the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present, if I may. What will you do now, Canadian? I don't know, probably kill shit. For the Scions, seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you're eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray don't let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You do not need to waste your talents here. After speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe, so please give it some thought. Until next time, my friend. Unfortunately, I'm a samurai until I die. I'm glad that rhymes because it's fucking fantastic. But, you know, we'll get there when we get there. I'm probably going to have to switch back to tank at some point. Wow, look at all the experience I've gotten as a samurai. That's like 3/4 of the level in, what, 10 hours? That's a yike and sarcasm, if you can't tell. But, whatever. Yeah, okay, so Minfilia, she's always in the solar. Not always, but... back down to 2 viewers. Well, I'm thankful for the 2 that are here. Welcome back, Canadian. I understand that Alphinaud has a task for you. May I ask what it is? Charges of treason and espionage against Lean Roel. Roal. I can't quite parse that. That is a lot of fucking vowels. Royal. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Ooh, we're going to do Shiva. Let's go. Ilya has never been one to hesitate when it comes to asking others for aid. I feel like that's a bit of shade, honestly, video game. Let's go. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of the snow cloak to teleport a short distance to the west. Most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using crystals she stole from House Forton as Charles Forton's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall, but first we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we've been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon her arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to travel Revenant's Toll from Charlian. She should be arriving within an hour, in fact. Since you're here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. I feel like this is Krill. This has to be Krill, right? With how much, like, effort they made in the effect of Krill being, like, a serious character, I feel like it has to be. Let's run our way over there. Alright, we waited for an hour, I suppose. An hour in game time. Why not? Ah, if it's Krill, I will be right. All that matters, right? Little old Lalafell. Oh, who is this? That isn't Krill at all. That is someone else entirely. I remember her face. Who is that?
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you
Oh,
welcome
thank
to
God it's
Revenant's
voiced.
Toll, and to thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
Alright, I turned off auto.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
She looks like deceptively human, like my Rogaden does on my main. Well, my Rogaden was actually made with the intent that he would look like a Hur, but be bigger. You know what I mean? So, there's this. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. Moonbreeder. Alright, so it's not Krill. It's Moonbreeder. Oh. It happens more than you might think. I don't know if those guys that followed me are ever going to like watch my stream again or anything or watch this VOD, but I just want to say I'm really thankful. You know, like self-promoting yourself in a dungeon is a mixed bag, because sometimes you get people that are just here to troll, sometimes you get people that are, you know, don't mean the best intentions, but you know, they came, they followed, they wished me the best. I gotta say I'm really thankful for that, and that's, you know, that's awesome. I'm really glad. Anyway, I assume this is a voice cutscene. Maybe. Yep. Alright. I'm gonna mute. Let them do their work. These voice actors are pretty fucking great.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Let's go, Papalimo, throwing shade.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Charlian to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here.
Love her haircut, by the way. Love her haircut. So rebel.
Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Uh-oh.
Where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
Uh-oh.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Oh my goodness, Oriange, you're a simp!
Go on.
Countless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit.
I love that it's both ears voice actor.
As well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely
That's
solely on
fucking
these beacons.
horrifying.
There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have wide aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, White Auracite cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risk the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
You know, I dare say we may be looking at a 12-hour stream here. Because I'm very interested to see how this plays out. Like, obviously you survive, you know. Obviously all the people that come with you survive. But I'm interested to see how it plays out. And how we get to Shiva. Plan has been devised, and Villia would have it carried out without further delay. Already informed Alfino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Mombrida described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I hope you know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Canadian, and that I have faith you will return to us, as you always have. Alfino, Snowcloak. Yeah, it's gonna be roughly the same, whether I zone in from where I am or whether I go to Dragonhead. Go! Off we go! Oh, it's a beautiful day in Coerthas. Look at this! Beautiful skies, barely clouds around. You rarely see it like this. This is a Canadian sky. You know, if I had to give credence to, like, a really good representation, there's another player. This is the perfect representation of the Canadian sky during winter. You know, you have white all around. The evergreen trees, they've lost their pines. They're white, holding on to the frost of the morning dew. This is perfect as a representation of Canada. And, you know, I appreciate it. Now, if I'm excited about anything, it's the new event. Because they are offering a polar bear mount, which is absolutely imperative. Which it is absolutely imperative that I achieve. If you look at my namesake, if you look at my Twitch, you will see that the symbol for my Twitch is a white bear on a red background. That is because I chose the polar bear. It is my actual avatar. It is perfect. It's what I use for my YouTube. It's what I use for my Twitch. It's what I use for everything. The fact that they're adding a cute-ass polar bear to the game is fucking immaculate. It's almost like they came out with this new event to honor me coming back. Oh, so good. 46 followers. That, I see it now. That is super fucking hype. I'm 4 away from 50. I'm so excited to become an affiliate. So excited. Good to see you, Canadian. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Newbert sent his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Aline Royale in Ul'dah, even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We shall discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetherite, after you, Scion. Very well. This is important. This has to be a voiced cutscene, right? Has to be. Guaranteed to be. There's no other way of it. There! It's ready. Thought it was a voice cutscene, it wasn't. I am sad. But we stayed the course. Ha! It worked, I think. Alright, turning to the Aetherite now. We feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. Alright. We've done all we can, Canadian. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we've created. If, by the grace of the 12s, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. I hate to spoil this for anybody watching, but I don't think we stop Shiva from being summoned. I think we had to fight her. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. If she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, we cannot say if our own strength will suffice, so I'd encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Monbearda's experiment. But others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Aymeric. Very well. Sir Aymeric regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read you this letter. Ahem. Ishgardian faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not our knights who stand poised to defend her. Leon Bearlad, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Whether others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Whether others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Halone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. The Alpha Amphitheater Hard. Now available. Alright. So, we have to kill Shiva. Let's get it done, shall we? Alpha Amphitheater Hard. Now available. 50. We get 15 poetics. Get it done. It's going to be quite the wait, I assume, because it's very late at night. Into the morning. I think we switch to White Mage. We give it that same... We teleport back to, I believe it was... Bent Branch Meadows. I think it was Bent Branch Meadows. But anyway, either way. We're gonna do some fates, we're gonna kill some monsters, we're gonna get some hunting log done. Oh yeah, I could've checked the hunting log. Yeah, Central Shroud. I think that's where we ended up. Northwest. I think it was northwest. 31, that's wrong. New Gridania, where are we? We're in the Central Shroud. H, little ladybug, Central Shroud, Jaded Thick. Jaded Thick. Right here, okay. Striking dummy level 1. Mm-hmm. Ha ha ha! Chico! Alright, let's do it. These are level 9. No! Please, no kill me. Okay, where is the entrance to New Gridania? It's up to the north. So what we're gonna do, those Chigos are way out of our price range. We're gonna come over here, and we're gonna kill little ladybugs right here. I didn't look at the level before I started fighting those. And you may see it. You may say it's hard to read. I would counter with I'm fucking blind and I can't see. So there's that. Come on, Chocobo, fuck him up! Let's go! Little ladybug. Let's get it done. We got it at level 15. This is our goal. I got heal. I can heal myself. Honestly, we could probably beat that level 9 now. Forest Funguar, let's go. We're level 3, which means we shouldn't miss against this enemy. Ever. We gotta go against little ladybugs still. Oh no! My Chocobo! Bring him back! Bring him back, you foul demon. Poke him! Give him the fuck. There we go. That should be it. Yep, okay. Little ladybug is done. Alright, we do Forest Funguar. Ow! Okay, Forest Funguar, we need one more at least. Forest Funguar. Okay. Free Speak, Mightling. Green Tier. Chigos. Water Sprites. Mage Swarm. Microchew, Surface Swarm, Northern Vulture. Okay, a lot of these can be found right here. We're a little under leveled, but it doesn't matter because we have heal. And we have just a billion mana to deal with this. Stone 1 costs fuck all. Water versus stone, let's see who wins! Oh, hold on. We got a Chigo. And water sprites. Alright, I think we have everything to finish our group right here. We have... oh, we do have arrow. Okay, cool. We're actually going to arrow a couple extra targets then. This is the first one we got. Alright, the job quest is ready. Bitelings in North Shroud, fuck that. Anything in Central. Surfeit Swarm. Oh, they want me to be back on. I have these separated. So you see on the right side, all these are melee DPS. These are mage DPS. This is healers. This is tank, or this is like range DPS, and this is tanks. That's gonna get mighty fucked up during the next expansion, but that's fine. I'll just throw them in, they'll make complete squares, it'll fuck up the whole thing, because they're like separated by at least one square. No! I fucked up! I meant to queue for just Shield! No. Fuck! Oh! That's a big rip. All good. I ain't gonna punish you guys for my screw up. Let's get it done. Oh, that was so stupid. My God. Everyone is gonna watch this, if anyone watches this in the future. You know, if my dream of becoming a prolific streamer becomes true, and somebody watches this VOD, they're gonna see me queue for it. And they're gonna be like, "Oh no, you queued for both, you fool!" And I'm, oh no, son of a bitch! Oh, you're kidding me! Oh no, this is a fuck up and a half. Alright, let's use the AoE here. We got tank control cannon. We got all of our shit. Direct crit, let's go. We'll grab that tiny key for everybody, because people generally forget about it. Silence, we'll use that. I think the healer beat me to it, he sure did. And what a champ. Alright, we're gonna have to make sure to, unqueue from Snowcloak, but like I said to these guys in chat, I'm not gonna make them suffer for my stupid mistake, you know? Like, I know they'd only have to wait like a minute or so for a new DPS. I'm not gonna make them wait the minute. I'm just gonna do it. It gives me XP anyway. It's not that unfortunate, you know, like... It makes their... You know what? No, we're gonna do that. And then we're going to do Higambana, because that gives me Jimpo, which is my damage increase of 10%. The fact that it's a whole DPS that increases from that, that's a pretty big DPS increase. Those are the small things that, like, you know, if I was to give, like, a crash course on, like, Samurai, always put up your dot. Always put up your dot when all of your shit is available. When all of your, like, Jinpo for your damage increase, Shifu for your weapon skill, because now that skill speed increases the damage of your dots, you want 100% to make sure that your skill speed increase, your damage increases up for your dot, because that is such a huge piece of your DPS that you don't realize is such a huge thing until you look at, like, a parse of your damage. And, you know, you see that it's like a big thing, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a huge deal. You should definitely be paying attention to your dot. Definitely be paying attention to your buff when you apply your damage over time abilities. You know, that applies for any class. You know, that's not just... you know, that's not just to do with samurai, that's to do with anything. You know, be aware of what your potencies are. Be aware of what your party's doing. Be aware of what you're doing. And like, know your potencies. And understand that, like, there's going to be situations, you know, extraordinary situations, where, you know, your general use shit is not going to matter as much. Like, you know, I hit every single mob there. And I'm already thinking of, like, I know this mob is going to die because I have to single target here. You know, where am I going to be? But the tank moved it. So, like, you have to just have that in your mind. You have to just understand where you're going to do your next ability. And you have to understand what, like, the potency of all your abilities are to make the most efficient DPS. You know, if that's something you're interested in. If you're not, if you don't give a shit, that's completely fine. That is completely fine. Final Fantasy is a game that it doesn't matter. You know, even if somebody is giving you a hard time in a dungeon, like, oh, you're slow, you're shitty, you're whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Their opinion does not matter one single lick. You know, if so long as you're having fun doing what you're doing, do what you're doing, because you're going to complete the content. That is one thing that Final Fantasy is damn good at. Like, while I was talking there, I wasn't really paying attention, but that's fine. You know, like, realistically, I need to get my buffs up, I need to do whatever, but, you know, I'll target this full health enemy, because I know that the full health enemy isn't going to die before my AoE goes off. You know what I mean? Like, if an enemy dies while you're doing an ability, it stops your ability, you do 0 DPS. If it ends a cast, especially as a samurai, because you only have like 3 casts and they're all high damage abilities, it is a huge DPS loss. But you see, I still have my abilities up right here. You can see Jinpo Shifu. So I can do Higambana. So now I can just go in, you know, we have Meikyo Shisui. So we got to use that. Every second that Meikyo Shisui is not moving is a loss in DPS. So we want to use Meikyo Shisui as soon as possible. You do not want to hit the Spriggans in this fight. The reason for that is because they become snowballs. You need that to stop the AoE of the big guy. The tank is specifically, or was specifically, targeting one guy to make a bigger snowball. But one of our DPS hit that snowball. Whether it was with an AoE, I wasn't paying attention. I can't, you know, call blame to anybody. But, like, you know, just knowing the basic mechanics of the dungeon. Like, the fact that we were hitting these with... Yeah, we're fucked now. See, we're gonna get hit by an AoE. And that's just knowledge, you know, you don't know that. But, like, you should take hints from what other DPS are doing. You shouldn't hit things unless other people hit things. That's going to lead to situations where you're not doing things that you should do, for sure. 100%. But it also leads to situations where you should be doing things that you shouldn't. Like, the fact that I know what I'm doing during this dungeon, this guy's like, don't hit the snowballs. I can ignore that. Like, stop attacking the Spriggans. 100%. Like, that is exactly what you should be doing. You shouldn't take what he's saying as an insult, though. You know, that, you know, it's not like a, oh, you don't pay my sub moment. It's, that person is trying to better your improvement. He's frustrated. You should understand that he's frustrated. As like, the bigger man, you should understand he's frustrated with you not doing it because he already knows what he's doing. And just, you know, water on your back, water off your back, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Don't hit the snowballs. Because the snowballs are used to hit the guy so that big giant AoE, the Sun's Assault, doesn't go off. See, right there. That guy was 100% right, and he's in the middle of the fight. He has to say with the least words possible. Unfortunately, the English language goes about it that the least words possible is the most offensive way to say something, because it makes it be portrayed as obvious or stupid, or like you should have gotten it. That's not the way it was coming across. He had to say it like that because it wasn't being done correctly. 100%. This tank was... I think it was the tank. Let's see. Don't hit the snowballs. That was Kaifu. Norio. That was the healer. 100% the healer. The healer in this dungeon, MVP in my mind. He's gonna get my commend because he was 100% right. He was 100% right in the fact that you shouldn't be hitting the snowballs. You shouldn't be. It's completely worthless. Also, hitting these sprites, 100% useless. Doesn't matter, because we have like a fucking white mage as a healer, so he's using Holy, he's stunning them and stopping their AoE. But if their AoE goes off, that's why I was using single target there, because it's inefficient DPS to AoE things that are going to kill themselves anyway. Which those ice sprites would kill themselves if left to their own devices, but we were using Holy. Holy and AoE stun, very efficient DPS, very good. If your healer's using Holy, you should never be mad at them. They're speeding up your dungeon a crazy amount. Even if it stops a dungeon outside of, or stops a mob outside of an AoE pull, like, quite a bit, doesn't matter. They are still huge. Like, to put it in perspective, I run an AoE. I run a parser, personally. It is not to put anyone down. I never mention it in chat. I never do anything like that, but I always run one, personally. To put it in perspective, I'm doing like third behind Molly Mock, who is our tank for this instance. Behind the healer, who's Kaifu. Their Holy spam is the most damage in this dungeon. If you have a healer at this level doing Holy, it is almost always more DPS than you do as a DPS. Just because of how the AoEs were nerfed, you know, to be usable, to be fair at high level. You'll do more damage than a healer at high level. But this early game, this guy's a god. He's doing everything perfectly. But you know, just in that instance, like, it's not necessarily efficient for you to do AoE DPS against things that are going to kill themselves, but at the same time, you know, like, if they wouldn't have used Holy, it's not a big deal, but what? It wastes, like, what, 3 seconds? This guy, Dragon's Blood? Now it's up to me, because I fucked that up, and to run them all up to the tank. He wasn't waiting. I shouldn't have bothered to hit that. I should have just ran with him. Started AoEing. He did, you know, jumped onto the tank. It is what it is. I don't want weakness for the last boss, because it's going to slow down our shit. Our Black Mage is doing a shit ton of AoE. So, I just wait. Or you know, I go back. Even if they start the boss, it'll be 15 seconds. But, like, a lot of these things that I'm mentioning can speed up a dungeon run. Can make you faster, can make you more efficient. Don't worry about what anyone else is doing. This is the same whether it's a raid, whether it's, you know, a normal dungeon. It is what it is. You know, like, you pay attention to what you're doing. You do the thing you know you should be doing the most of all. I actually didn't make it in there. That's kind of a shame, but whatever. That's completely fine. Let me in after. Whatever. But anyway, since I don't have any of my buffs up, we don't put our dot up right away. We wait, because I know that the opener, for whatever, waits until the damage buff is up to put up Pika Mono. We wait, and then we do this. Make Yoshisui. We get to Midare Setsugeka as fast as possible. And then we use the combo ender, because we have one more use of Make Yoshisui. We use the one that's going to take the longest to wear off. So in this case, it was the blue one, which is Gecko. So that we can get through our rotation as fast as possible. There's going to be 2 AoEs that go off here. Do not get hit by them. And then the first one we do after all of our shit resets, we get Gecko back up. Because Jinpo is going to wear off the soonest. That's how all the shit works. I fucked that up. I shouldn't have fucked that up. But I did. Either way, it didn't fuck up my combo, so we're fine. I'll remember that next time. Yeah, 2 of those AoEs go off, and you have to hide behind the last one. That's why I died last time. I didn't do it properly. There's absolutely a 0% chance here that our shit's gonna go off in time to get a second one. So why not? Just fucking AoE, kill it. There we go. Now we don't have to bother with that shit. Make sure if you fuck up, you say sorry. Your shit. Like, I fucked that up. I died to a mechanic I shouldn't have died to. And if you fuck up and go for the wrong dungeon, stay in it. Stay in it 100%. Because there's going to be people like this, you know, they don't want to wait the extra minute. They want you to be as efficient as possible. It is what it is. Like, I don't need this gear. Fuck it. You know, I screwed up. I'll let them have this piece. You know, maybe they need it for seals. Maybe they need it for something else. But absolutely. Will this person see you in Shiva? See this? This is what I'm talking about. Like, you know, that they're moving on to Shiva. Maybe they're doing the story. Maybe they're streaming. Maybe they're doing something. Hi. Hello, Outlaw. Molly? Perfect. Molly. Love ya. I was actually just talking about how, you know, if you queue for the wrong dungeon, you should probably stick with it. You know, you fucked up, but it's not up to other people for your fuck up. You know, like, they're gonna have to wait 1, 2, 3 minutes for a new DPS. You screw up, queue for the wrong one, whatever. It's giving you XP anyway. Should probably stick with it. And I was just going over, you know, how you could most efficiently do DPS at this level of a samurai. But thank you for popping into the stream and everything like that. I really appreciate that. And you know, if you're doing Shiva next, I definitely will be doing Shiva next. That's what I was queuing for. So yeah, there's definitely that. I'll give you a cheer here. Yeah, there's a lot of things, especially with the sprites. I was actually talking about our healer there, who mentioned, you know, don't kill the sprites. You know, that comes off as standoffish, especially when they say just, oh, you know, don't kill the sprites. You know, they don't say, oh, could you please not kill the sprites? But in a combat situation, you're in a fight already. They don't have a lot of time to think. You know, you shouldn't take that as an offense. You should take that as they're trying to get their point across quickly, because that's how the mechanic works, and we didn't talk about it previous. Maybe new players don't know that. So, you know, I definitely appreciate the healer saying that. Stop our black mage from AoEing the snowballs, and we finished the fight. We didn't even wipe, which was miraculous. It's fantastic. You know, I love running into people like that, people that are willing to take the time to type out in chat, to say it during a fight, try and save a run that might otherwise go south. It's important. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. You get to see the cute bears. Cute bears hugging. Let's go. But yeah, no, I think that's really important. Communication in dungeons 100%. Very important. Anybody who does that, anybody who says something like that, they immediately get my commend. But, yeah, I hope you got the commend of the other person, Tank. You definitely deserved it. You were solid out there. That was 100% good. I really like that. Alright, now I have to unqueue for Snowcloak so I don't accidentally do it again. I gotta head to the Okafa Amphitheater. Alright, 5-minute wait. It's this. Alright, let's switch back to Conjure. We'll do some killing. We'll do some hunts. It is what it is. Our best gear. Oh. Alright, what's our next hunt target? She goes. Where's we need Midge Swarms. Those are in North Shroud. Those are in North Shroud. Central Shroud. Searford Swarm. In Central Shroud, I think I know where to get the Searford Clouds. No, I've actually met a lot of very nice people doing dungeons at nighttime. I really appreciate you taking the time to look up my stuff. I know that, like, self-promotion in dungeons, it's a mixed bag. You know, you can get some people that don't like it when you do that. Some people that will give you a follow if you do. I don't know if you stream. Let's actually take a look. Outlaw Apex. Let's see. If you do, I'll definitely give you a follow back. Oh, Great Ink is now following. Well, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that very much. I'm just giving one of my last person to check, see if they have a Twitch. You know, I'll check if you have a Twitch too. You know, if you're following and you have your own Twitch, I'll make sure to give you a follow, give you a shout out. Got a couple viewers right now, not very many as you can see, but hopefully this is interesting enough for you. Outlaw Apex. They have 957 followers. That is insane. That is quite a bit. Oh, they play Rocket League too. So if you like Rocket League, if you like my Rocket League streams, make sure you jump into theirs. I'm sure they're a lot better at it than I am. Well, definitely give them a follow. We will jump into a couple alts here. A couple people that have subscribed to me over here, and make sure that I give them a follow as well. But anyway. I respect the grime, G. Thanks again for the party. Not a problem. Anytime you feel you need a party for anything, you let me know. I will more than gladly drop everything and run to you if you need an okay DPS to run your stuff with you. I got a few dedicated friends who watch my stream, who watch my VODs and stuff, so... No, if you're a streamer, I'm sure you'll get at least a couple followers. I know with 950, maybe one or two doesn't seem that big, but... You know, if one or two more followers is going to help you out, I'll make sure that they get sent over to your channel to follow you too.
A lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith.
Your eyes are closed, madam.
If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down.
Ooh. Uh-oh. My character's having a stroke.
Gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Okay, straight up, that's fucking badass as hell. Holy hell. I did not expect the story to be this good! It's filling me with the same feeling I get when I watch, like, My Hero Academia. Oh. So good. Why did I skip this? Oh, I stopped watching the story at like level 30. It wasn't nearly this good. Oh, honestly, the music is going to be amazing. I'm so excited. I know the music. I know the fights. I know what's coming because I've played the story all the way up to max. I have a main when Canadian Bear Man, which is the same as my Twitch and YouTube, but I haven't watched any of the story. I'm so excited for a lot of these fights. The one I'm looking forward the most, I know it's an expansion and a half away, but the one I'm looking forward to the most is Susanoo. I legitimately listen to that music so often because I think it's so cool. And I thought that Primal, even with no context, was so fucking cool. And again, pay attention. We don't put up our dot until we get Jinpo, and then we put up the dot, finish our combo because Aijutsu doesn't finish the combo for us. And then we can Aijutsu, and then we make sure to put up our most recent buff, which is Jinpo, for it. And move out of our AoEs as needed. Don't put too much stress on your healers. I think I'm doing a disservice to the game by not increasing the background music. And then you have to take care of ads. If monsters spawn and the tanks are taking their time to put them together, make sure you kill them. It's almost always a good idea. And especially if you can get an AoE with the boss in it, it's still effective, still efficient, really good. I've never put too much stress on my healer. Right, grading. Okay, it's another person in the stream. I feel like these two are part of the same group for sure. I'm so used to having Hagakure, and I don't right now. It's bugging me. Can't get rid of this thing before a long wait. Oh, yeah. Never, he says. Alright. He was our healer. LOL. Alright, I respect that. I respect that. Ooh, I got hit by that bomb. Well, it's okay. 3/4 of the rest of the people did anyway. It's not that big of a deal to get hit by a bone at this point. Unfortunately, we're not going to hear too much of the sick music over my stupid voice. But as well as the fact that Shiva dies so fast now, it's such a shame, honestly. I think it does a service to the music crew who worked on so much of this. I'll just do the AoE. We're not going to hit level 2 by the time we kill Shiva. Oh, okay. Actually, we might be fucked. Did I die? Oh my god, I might have died. Fuck. Oh, if he can get me out? If he can get me out, though? I wasn't paying attention. Nah, it's all good for newbies. You can just play the X. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, the X version does go quite a lot longer. But you know what? We're going to have to hear it again because we fucked it up, which is completely fine with me. I was one of the only two not to die there. I don't know how that worked, but we'll get there. Wait until Jinpo's up, put up your dot, finish your combo because it doesn't interrupt it, and then you use Hagakure. Finish that out, get an easy Mirare Setsugeko, and put up the Jinpo combo again. And if you follow the tank of the melee, you can almost never go wrong. They're going to take you to a safe spot. Unless your tank fucks up, but if your tank fucks up, whatever, your tank fucked up. You gotta, just deal with it. Just know what you should be doing. That's my number one thing for raiding, especially even if you're, especially if you're raiding with a set group of people, like a static. 100%, you want to just be doing what you should be doing. Don't try and adjust for anybody, even if it's going to kill you and another person. Don't adjust. Do what you know you should be doing. Stick with the plan that your raid leaders put out. Because 100% is going to lead, even if you screw it up, when it happens, you can explain to somebody calmly, nicely, hey, look, I did what I was supposed to do. I did what, I'm meant to do in this situation, and if it doesn't work out, it's someone else's fault. All that's going to lead to is, oh, I didn't know my position, I'll move somewhere else. Unless you're with an unreasonable guild leader, but in that case, you just leave. It's not worth it, especially if you're doing ultimates. If somebody's unreasonable, you're not going to complete it anyway. Aha! I did it this time. Alright, no bone. Ooh, direct crit! That's some good fucking damage right there. Oh, I'm feeling this one. Yeah, even that other person knew. Yeah, let's just use that LB. Let's get her down. Shiva is done for. Amazing music, amazing fight. Love it. Oh, so good. Oh, shameless plug. Let's go. Streaming on Twitch. Calms to the tank, because I wasn't paying that much attention. Oh, wait a minute. I got a couple follows. Is that 50? Did we hit the big 5-0? Oh, I gotta pay attention to the cutscene, but we'll check after. We'll check after. If I hit 50, that's huge. That is so huge. Oof.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth.
Oof. That kind of hurts. I understand the sentiment.
Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Mother's gift. Think. Ooh, shit! Using Heidelin's tagline. Wow, that's actually super. That's super good. Fuck.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
All right. Okay, we just hit hour 11 of the stream. All right. Move on our way to 24. Well, 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that? Are you... Dravanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma's been known to cause hallucination. You see, no. Fair enough, I was only asking. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you'd best pray to visit the White Rim front and speak with Alfino. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ingarish Guardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. Side effects of her white aetherite, no doubt. In front, I don't know if he's with Lord Drillmont. I would assume yes, given his position. Not there. Drop down. Perfect. There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. And in a moment, I tell it. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. You didn't even know I was fighting, Shiva? Not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And one for which we have Canadian to thank. Yes, you're right, of course, Sir Aymeric. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillmont, is the caravan ready? Supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the selfsame supplies the heretics stole from the House Forton caravan? Lest the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes, scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On an unrelated note, Canadian, but I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience. 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk your life and limb to stop Iceheart. Took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Oh, Aymeric, I love you so much. Or not Aymeric, oh my god, why can't I remember his name? Archifal. I missed that because it's on auto because there was voice cutscenes, but I assume he pretty much just wanted to tell me that what's his name was simping for me, so let's continue. Let's go see him. Our boy of House Forton. Oh, Archifal. What were you thinking, Canadian? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway, and then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the Fury, Canadian, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet, here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you're here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Aymeric wishes to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He waits us at the intercessory. Oh. Love you, Harchifon. You know, that makes it all the worse. That makes it all the worse, because I made fun of what's coming in Heaven's Word. And I actually feel bad for the people that were emotionally invested in that now that I'm playing the story. That's kind of fucked up. And what I did was wrong. Greetings, Suresh. I'll show you in at once. Alright, let's go. I was a cutscene skipper. I was the worst of the worst. I was scum.
Allow me to express my
Oh, voice. Okay, you guys don't have to listen to me. I'm gonna
Never before have we been
let them do their thing.
contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Aymeric, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto
It's
truth.
definitely
Those
Keeper
who
of the Lake
interpret their
next.
movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
Okay.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may
I like
prevent me from
Emmerich.
meeting with you. On such
I really like Archibald, and I'm so sad.
for me.
Lucia, at your service.
Lucia.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
Hell yeah.
Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you.
Hell yeah. Let's go,
Which
Emmerich.
reminds me, Lord Orchiffon, if you would be so kind.
Orchiffon.
Certainly.
God, I wish I would have
Such
paid
as
more.
these, trust is ever in short supply.
In French club.
Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
You did, Archifont. You did say that. Archifont. Uh-oh. Well, anybody who's watching is plagued with watching me do my best to voice these lines that I'm sure the voice actress could do better with. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized people as well. Any lingering objection to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight, where before we had contend to a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Canadian, it is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. Alright. That was a very long cutscene, but that's okay. God, Amarek is kind of sick. So is Harshafon. They're like I know they're meant to be like the good guys of Ishgard, but they do a very, very good job of making themselves seem the good guys. Especially since most of Ishgard will not speak to us at all. Not even a little bit. So, there's that. Alright.
Words cannot
Oh,
well
thank God.
express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
I love that he's both here as
Well,
voice
I'm not
actor from
presume to
12.
comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so.
Yeah, considering it's on our doorstep.
Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Alright. I'm guessing this is going to take me to Keeper of the Lake. Best to proceed in light of recent developments. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge on Midgard Sormer. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside? Would you see if it is aught amiss? Radiant, as well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royale has escaped. Happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. Turnkey was found slain, along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Royale quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castra Meridianum, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Royale's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt. Castra Meridianum, we destroyed that, did we not? Like, I mean, we were in the core of it. Like, even if they blew it up, you'd think we would take hold of it, but... Well, whatever. Well, whatever they decided, I'm sure that's best. My thanks for coming, Son. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royale walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Raubon's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Royale must not be allowed to reach the Castra Meridianum. I couldn't agree more. I want to see what happens next. This stream is getting a little long, the 11.5 hours. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo pour? Right, yeah, this isn't important. Whatever. I was just grabbing this because it was in the way. Okay. There we go. Yuhaze. You okay, my brother? Alright, level 50 max. Let's get in it. Gotta warm up. Get my fingers loose. This wretch was with Royale. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down. Not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. Goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we should have her. Well, let's murder her then. Why? Beat Aline Royale and her Imperial forces. Very well. I find it's best in instances like this. Ignore the big target that they, show you. Kill all the ones that are, troubling the little guys. And then all of their little numbers will turn into a big number. Once you kill all of them, and then they will kill the big targets for you. You also want to kill anybody named Medicus. Those are bad, that's bad news. Medicus, Conjurer, Healer, anything. I don't want to use that on that. I'm going to use this instead. Get over here. There we go. Make this She-Sweet, do a bit of extra damage, you're going to kill some people. Aquilifer, also bad news bears. It's not that big of a deal, especially with the Brilliant Conviction that's part of the Echo thing. Not that big of a deal to ignore getting hit. Also, the music is fucking sick. And Shishi's up again, so we're going to use that to get a quick meteorite Gek out of the way. Use the Jimpo combo finisher because we're almost out of Shifu. We had 4 seconds left when I ever did it. Get rid of the Colossus. Look through. I think we're okay. I don't think there's a healer in this group. Christ. They really did not want us to be able to get this lady. No! Thaumaturge! Live! Live! No! Hase, no! Make your Shisui up again. Alright, we did it. Okay. Oh! Gotcha, bitch! Binder! And do it right! Yes, sir! Let's go. Good work, men. No, that was too deep for us. Not that I'm necessarily trying to change my voice for each character, but whatever. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People look to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low, you spoiled little lordling who has never known any want? People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's-given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-bornish guardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. Hear you tell it, you would think you're the only person ever to have suffered. There you go, Ilberd. In case you've forgotten, Raubon himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our back. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life. Never did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we'd been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How were we any different then? It's true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and it's true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But was Araziah sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. Ooh, foreshadowing! But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Tell it like it is, Ilberd. That's real. Never cross those who've done you a good turn. Not so much of a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raubon chose his. Also foreshadowing. Although I don't think I knew about it at this point.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raubon. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
Ledgy at a Ledgy, you
So
swine.
one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
I promise to Ledgy, you may win this battle, but you will not win the war. Alvino would ask another favor of you. Captain Elbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of Merlaker's escape. When we've completed our interrogation, we'll take our findings directly to General Rabon, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, but I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Benfilia of all that has happened. I'm aware that the antecedent held Roal in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Shame. Roal should feel shame. And if she doesn't, that's all the more reason to see her hang.
Welcome back, my friend.
Thank God a voice cutscene. I will shut up now.
To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Ooh, is this gonna be the fight with... who is it? I think it's La Habrea that we kill?
My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, It would be unwise to assume that you will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Quite a bit of ether.
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Uh-oh.
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Look at how sad she looks that Urianger is trying to avoid her. Come on, Urianger.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must all pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
All right.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling. and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Voris Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here?
Leggy at a
If
leggy,
so,
you
why
bastard.
must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
I'll always be your friend, Raubon.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, Monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished!
Hell yeah, Raubon!
This land of your sickness, before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
And I'll be there with you. I'll see those bastards hang.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace.
Cheese?
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
10 minutes to 12 hours.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward,
Big
it
true.
is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
He means to end her line.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Onamo Onamo is a real OG. Casting aside power for the benefit of her people, she's proven that she is a worthwhile leader, in my mind. I'm most eager to address the Ascian threat, however, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Isgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Canadian in particular is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. Of course. What do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Roban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have managers here well in hand. Monberta's research is proceeding as planned? So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Rianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sand, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nonetheless, it is only a matter of time. Canadian, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alfino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. No problem, Alphino. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Rial's latest report. He is given to be quite skilled at gathering information, others with kept secrets, hence why I placed him under the direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you're finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Hey, can we talk via Link Pearl? Why are you traveling between Ul'dah and Mordona? Can Link Pearls be intercepted? Is it best to do, sensitive information in person? I think it would be pretty damn hard to get into our secret base, considering we have so many guards. Come on, I want to do Keeper of the Lake before I run out of steam. We're 3 minutes away from 12 hours. Let's go. Pleasure as always, Canadian. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for him. You were to be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their way into the refugees' hands a ways back. So it happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting, clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind the merchant what caught Narrow while talking to Canadian, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Canadian? Why not? Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highsbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Well, you just expect a bunch of stuff, don't you? But I'll rendezvous with Ilbert. That way. Oh, no. Go that way. There we go. Ah, Canadian. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer. It would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Levoyeur needn't have dispatched you hither.